Chapter 695. When Yan Chutian shifted his gaze away, Gu Hongshan also slowly swept his gaze across the crowd. A brief moment later, his gaze was locked onto a white-clothed figure. Looking at the white-clothed figure, he couldn't help clenching his fists under his robes. At the same time, unconcealable rage surged on his face. The white-clothed figure, who was resting with his eyes closed, seemed to have sensed Gu Hongshan's gaze. But even if he recognized Gu Hongshan, there wasn't any fluctuation in his gaze. This situation was naturally unbearable for Gu Hongshan. Because of this scene, the other party clearly didn't place him in his eyes. The white-clothed figure that Gu Hongshan was looking at was naturally Gu Yun. Just as he had guessed, Gu Yun had recognized him, but he didn't care at all. Not to mention that Gu Yun's cultivation had dropped because of him, not to mention that he had already stepped into the second level of the Heavenly Palace stage. A mere defeated opponent in his eyes, what was he worth? But just when he was about to retract his gaze, he inadvertently swept his gaze across a certain skinny figure. For some reason, a trace of familiarity surged in his heart. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at that figure. But under such a gaze, he found that the other party was extremely unfamiliar. There wasn't any sense of familiarity. Thinking about this, Gu Yun couldn't help gently shaking his head. It seemed that he was being too suspicious. The other party had clearly stepped into the Heavenly Palace stage not long ago, even weaker than Gu Hongshan. So how could he be familiar with him? While shaking his head, he had already retracted his gaze as his expression turned solemn. Just like Gu Hongshan and all the other bronze token disciples, Gu Yun naturally wanted to obtain enough crystal essences in the Sky Desert to speed up his breakthrough into the third level of the Heavenly Palace stage. If he stepped into the third level, he would have a certain degree of confidence to charge for the 10 positions. Gu Yun didn't care about fame, but he wouldn't be indifferent about the benefits that fame could bring him. In fact, there were many people like Gu Yun. But how could a second-level Heavenly Palace stage cultivator be willing to be below a third-level Heavenly Palace stage cultivator? They all hoped to seize the opportunity to surpass the third-level Heavenly Palace stage cultivator. Only the disciples at the first level of the Heaven Palace realm didn't have much hope for this. After all, their starting point was the lowest among the bronze disciples. With such a starting point, how could it be possible for him to obtain high-grade marrow crystals to temper his own divine palace? In the end, there weren't many who could break through to the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm. Thus, how could they dare to have extravagant hopes of charging for the final 10 positions? The crowd had different thoughts, but the opening of the Heavenly Desert would not be delayed because of this. After half an incense stick of time, the sky was already extremely dark. The eye-catching spatial crack trembled violently. It was like it was announcing that the desert had truly opened. Under such circumstances, the manager of the time-fuging 7th floor was the first to take a step forward. Immediately after, he led everyone and headed straight for the enormous crack in the sky, which was also the depths of the cloud-sky bloodline. When everyone really appeared in front of the space crack, they couldn't help but sigh at the horror of the distorting power. However, along with this twisting power, the light of a seal flickered in the sky. Evidently, the Heavenly Origin Elders had already taken measures to stabilize the spatial crack. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous for the bronze disciples to get so close. The Heavenly Desert has already opened. You have a month to seek opportunities inside. After a month, 10 seats will descend at the center of the Heavenly Desert. At that time, it will be the time to decide which 10 of you will stand out. The manager's words rang out like a bell in front of the spatial crack, spreading to the crowd. Hearing this, no one responded, but the solemn and excited faces were already the best answer. Therefore, the manager no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he announced that the battle for opportunities had truly begun. As the manager waved his hand, the crowd, who had been waiting for a long time, erupted with dazzling light as they charged into the spatial crack one after another. Yan Chutian didn't hesitate for too long. After exchanging a glance with Gu Hongshan, he turned into a streak of light and charged into the spatial crack along with the flow of people. In just 10 breaths of time, the originally vast and mighty crowd was only left with those curious iron plate disciples who followed them here. However, they gradually dispersed after the bronze token disciples entered the heavenly desert. After all, the heavenly desert hadn't opened yet and the 8 factions were competing, so there wouldn't be a broadcast. Therefore, instead of waiting here and wasting time, they would obviously return a month later and wait for the final result. Perhaps a dark horse would suddenly rise from the results and obtain one of the 10 spots. They might even charge towards the silver token disciples. Qin Hao and Tai Xian were among the departing iron token disciples. When the two of them saw Yan Chutian in the crowd, they were so furious that they wanted to explode. However, before they could get angry, they still keenly sensed something. He had most likely truly stepped into the Heavenly Palace stage. The Heavenly Palace stage was a cultivation level that they could only dream of. Gu Hongshan was one thing since he was an old disciple like them. However, Lin Fan had clearly just entered the Cloud Sky faction and had stepped into the Heavenly Palace stage so quickly. How could they not be jealous? In their opinion, if Lin Fan hadn't snatched away their bronze token disciple status, the one who had stepped into the Heavenly Palace stage or even stronger would be them. Therefore, even though they left, they were already prepared to return a month later to see how Lin Fan would miserably fall out of the Heavenly Desert. Although there were many opportunities in the Heavenly Desert, it was even more cruel. Lin Fan had just entered the Heavenly Palace stage, so how could he be a match for so many old Heavenly Palace disciples? Moreover, with his arrogant personality, he might be severely injured if he fought with others. It would be best if he fell from the Heavenly Palace stage. As they thought in this way, Qin Hao and Tai Xian's angry emotions finally eased up a little. Then, one after the other, they flew away like an alliance of victims. Yan Chutian didn't know that there were people secretly thinking about him when he entered the Heavenly Desert. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't do anything and would just laugh it off. This was because Qin Hao and Tai Xian were no longer in his sight. The weak could only rely on their mouths and illusions, but he never cared about them at all. In other words, that was all they could do. They no longer had the qualifications to stand in front of him openly. Back to the main topic. The first thing that came into sight when they stepped into the newly formed Heavenly Desert was a stretch of undulating mountain range. The mountain range was full of spiritual energy, as if it was a precious herb garden. However, Yan Chutian knew very well that there wasn't even a single spiritual herb in the Heavenly Desert. There were only extremely precious crystal essences. Crystal essences were divided into grades, with the first grade being the worst and the 9th grade being the most abundant. It was rumored that above the 9th grade was the existence of heavenly crystal essences, which were enough for cultivators at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace stage to polish their heavenly palaces and even expand them to break through the limits of the Heavenly Palace. However, rumors were just rumors. At the very least, even Yan Chutian hadn't seen heavenly crystal essences before. He hadn't heard of anyone from the other 7 factions obtaining heavenly crystal essences. He hadn't obtained any heavenly crystal essences, but he had obtained some grade 9 crystal essences. Yan Chutian also clearly remembered that before he broke through to the heavenly source stage, he had used the grade 9 crystal essence that his master had given him as a primer to refine and break through to the heavenly source stage in one fell swoop. Back then, when she thought about it, how could Yan Chutian not have thought that it was already a lifetime ago? However, there was no way to go back on one's words. Knowing the conspiracy of the divine realm and finding Chiu Yu made him feel no regret. As long as he could announce the conspiracy before the divine realm resurrected the ancient corpse beast, he would be able to solve it. Although Chiu Yu was on the verge of death, as long as he could obtain a natural wonder, there was a possibility of her coming back to life. No matter how difficult it was to obtain a natural wonder, for Qiuyu, Yan Chutian wouldn't hesitate. Returning to the main topic, Gu Hongshan's eyes were filled with amazement as he descended into the heavenly desert. Not to mention him, even Yan Chutian only knew about the heavenly desert, but had never set foot in it. However, although he had never been here, he was quite familiar with the crystal essences. It would be much easier to find them this way. Sogu. Chapter 696. Yan Chutian descended slowly at the foot of an inconspicuous short mountain. As he waved his palm, an ordinary slope at the foot of the short mountain gradually opened up. However, what made Gu Hongshan's eyes light up at the foot of this seemingly ordinary slope was a red crystal that was not even the size of a palm. Even though he had never seen a crystal marrow before, he could imagine that this should be a heavenly treasure unique to the sky desert, a crystal marrow. However, the speed at which he found the crystal marrow was a little too fast. How long had it been since he entered the sky desert? How could he find a crystal marrow so quickly? Looking at the red crystal marrow in the slope, Yan Chutian did not look complacent at all. This was because this crystal marrow could not even be considered a first-grade crystal marrow. Even if it was a first-grade crystal marrow, one would at least need to condense a core in the crystal marrow. By analogy, the number of cores one had corresponded to the grade of crystal marrow one had. Although a cultivator could refine it with his own spiritual energy to speed up the formation of a core. However, the price for this was a huge amount of low-grade crystal marrow. In other words, Yan Chutian had to find at least a dozen more crystal marrows like the one in his hand before he could refine them and advance them to a first-grade crystal marrow. However, although this crystal marrow was insignificant, the good news was that the unique aura of the crystal marrow in his memory could indeed be a method to find crystal marrows. However, even if he told Gu Hongshan about this method, he would not be able to do it. After all, Gu Hongshan did not have a spiritual eye like he did. However, it did not matter. In the process of his search, it would be enough to point out the existence of some crystal marrows to him. Therefore, unknowingly, the two of them began to search in the vast sky desert under the lead of Yan Chutian. More than half a day passed quietly under this search. At night, Yan Chutian sat quietly on a giant tree. In his hand, there were nearly 20 palm-sized crystal marrows that were constantly intertwined. As they continued to intertwine, the 20 crystal essences that were originally separated from each other immediately melded together like liquid. At the same time, in the center of the merged liquid, there was a dark red crystal the size of a human eye that was constantly taking shape. However, it was not easy for this dark red crystal to take shape. During its formation, it continuously consumed the surrounding liquid. When the final crystal was completely formed, the original volume of nearly 20 crystal essences had been reduced to the size of a single crystal. However, due to the existence of the core crystal, the aura that this piece of crystal essence gave off was completely different from before. In this situation, even Gu Hongshan, not to mention Yan Chutian, knew that this was a first-grade crystal marrow. With the grade 1 crystal marrow in hand, how could Yan Chutian hesitate in the face of the result of half a day's work? She immediately swallowed it. It was only half a day's worth of hard work that was used to polish his heavenly abode. A quarter of an hour was up. Of the crystal marrow, of the crystal marrow, of the go, of the crystal marrow, of the crystal marrow, of the earth, of the crystal marrow, of the the crystal, of the earth crystal. This made Yan Chutian sigh at the miraculous nature of the crystal marrow. They were simply born to be polished by a cultivator's sky cultivation. It was a pity that although they were good, it was somewhat troublesome to find them. After half a day of searching, he only managed to find a first-grade crystal marrow. As for Gu Hongshan, he did not even manage to fuse a first-grade crystal marrow. He only managed to find half of it. However, there was nothing to complain about. The sky desert covered a large area. Although there were special crystal marrows, they could not be found everywhere. Today, they were unlucky and only managed to find this much. However, tomorrow, they might find a crystal marrow mine in an inconspicuous corner without much effort. The amount of crystal essence that could be found in a crystal essence mine was much higher than that of an idle crystal essence mine. After all, there might be high-grade crystal marrow in a crystal marrow mine. Without fusing, one could directly obtain a natural first-grade crystal marrow, or even a second-grade or third-grade crystal marrow. However, since the Silver Disciples were not interested in the newly opened sky desert, the third-grade crystal marrow should be the limit. Fourth-grade crystal marrow could not be guaranteed, but even if there were, it would be extremely rare. Yan Chutian did not expect to obtain a fourth-grade crystal marrow. For him, a first-grade crystal marrow was enough. If he could obtain a second-grade crystal marrow, it would be a pleasant surprise. After using up the first-grade crystal marrow that they had painstakingly fused, Wan Tu and Gu Hongshan did not rest for long. Under the night sky, they continued to search for crystal marrows. After all, it had only been a month since the sky desert opened. A month was not a short time, but it was definitely not a long time either. Under the night sky, the two continued to search in the mountain range. Gu Hongshan did not pay much attention when they suddenly passed by a secluded stream. However, Yan Chutian could not help but look at the stream below. He seemed to sense a wisp of crystal marrow from it. Gu Hongshan's eyes lit up when he saw Yan Chutian's behavior. He asked, "Junior brother Yan, is there something down there?" The thing he was talking about was naturally the crystal marrow. As he asked in surprise, he also looked at the stream below. However, other than feeling nothing, he still felt nothing. Thinking about it, it was normal. Although he had a rough idea of the aura of the first-grade crystal marrow from Yan Chutian, he did not have a spiritual eye. But without his spirit eye, how could he compare to Yan Chutian's perception? However, he did not feel anything himself, but he would never doubt Yan Chutian. Because he had been with the latter for a long time, he was already familiar with his personality. He would never deliberately mystify things. Looking at the stream below, Yan Chutian did not say much and directly said, "Let's go down and take a look." Before his voice fell, he took the lead and jumped down. He went straight to the bottom of the deep stream. Seeing this, Gu Hongshan had no reason not to follow. He immediately tapped the tip of his foot and followed closely. After passing through a layer of dark floating barrier, the two of them did not have time to see anything before a dangerous opportunity surged towards them at the same time. However, although it happened suddenly, the two of them were not simple people. As the spiritual energy in their bodies surged, they endured the sudden attack and descended to the bottom of the stream. When they descended, they saw clearly that the bottom of the stream was filled with an extremely rich aura of crystal marrow. Even Gu Hongshan could easily sense it. As for the source of the attack, it was two exotic beasts that emitted a strange red aura. Gu Hongshan also knew this kind of exotic beast. It was a marrow beast. Although the marrow beast was not simple, it was unusually fierce and difficult to kill. However, its existence also meant the existence of a crystal marrow mine. Because only a crystal marrow mine, with its rich crystal marrow aura, could support the birth of a marrow beast. It was also the support of a crystal marrow mine that made the marrow beast extremely difficult to kill. Therefore, when they saw the marrow beast, Yan Chutian and Gu Hongshan were not anxious at all. Instead, they both revealed looks of joy. Because this meant that the bottom of the stream was probably a crystal marrow mine. However, while the two of them were pleasantly surprised, the two marrow beasts that were extremely furious, as if their home had been invaded, suddenly charged towards them. The powerful aura that spread out was not weak at all. It had already stepped into the first level of the Sky Palace stage. However, it was only at the first level of the Sky Palace stage. Since both of them were at the first level of the Sky Palace stage, they did not panic in the slightest when facing marrow beasts of the same level. They each launched their own attacks. In the end, Yen Chutian was the first to kill the marrow beast. After all, he was an old hand. When dealing with marrow beasts that he knew the characteristics of, he quickly grasped the appropriate situation. Although Gu Hongshan was a step slower, he had already polished his Sky Palace to the point that he could break through to the second level of the Sky Palace stage. Naturally, he was not weak. Although the marrow beasts were ferocious, they were still killed by his hands in the end. However, just as Gu Hongshan killed the marrow beast and was about to happily start excavating the crystal marrow mine, Yen Chutian suddenly stopped him. He was naturally puzzled by this, but Yen Chutian did not pay attention to him. Instead, he slowly turned his gaze towards the dark floating barrier above them. Then, his indifferent voice suddenly rang out. "Sir, since you are here, why don't you show yourself? Are you willing to let go of a crystal marrow mine?" The two consecutive questions caused Gu Hongshan's heart to involuntarily tremble. How could he not understand what Yen Chutian meant? However, it was precisely because he understood that he was shocked. Because from the beginning to the end, he actually did not know that someone was hiding in the dark. Sogu. Chapter 697. There was someone else hiding in the dark, but he didn't notice it at all. To put it lightly, the crystal marrow mine that he found today was a gift to someone else. To put it more seriously, he might even be in danger of dying. Thus, how could Gu Hongshan remain calm? He immediately looked in the direction that Yen Chutian was looking at. The spiritual energy around him surged as he prepared himself to be on full alert. While Gu Hongshan was on full alert, an azure light could be seen gradually emerging from the black barrier. The green light seemed gentle, but as it surged, it mercilessly distorted and annihilated the surrounding floating barriers and space. At the same time, the aura that spread out made even Gu Hongshan feel immense pressure. "Haha! I didn't expect that you would be able to detect me even after I hid with the spirit shadow art." Soon after, the faint laughter of a young man was slowly transmitted from the surging green light. Within the green light, there was a figure wearing a long green robe that was completely revealed between the heavens and earth. Di Guang? Yen Chutian didn't know about the figure that appeared from the azure light, but Gu Hongshan, who was beside him, narrowed his eyes. At the same time, the unconcealable solemnity in his eyes grew thicker. He knew that Di Guang wasn't a small character. He had long stepped into the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm. Even among the bronze token disciples at the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm, he could be ranked above average. Even if he didn't encounter Gu Yun and successfully broke through to the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm, he didn't have the confidence to fight against Di Guang. Thus, how could Gu Hongshan not be solemn when he encountered Di Guang at this moment? After all, under the law of the jungle, he didn't think that Di Guang would let go of the crystal marrow mine in this secluded stream. As expected, Di Guang's words with a faint smile led them to the main topic. "You can take 30% of the crystal marrow in this stream. But if there are crystal marrow above the first grade, then I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to enjoy it." Di Guang spoke slowly. Although he didn't sound overbearing, his words clearly indicated that he was treating himself as the owner of this crystal marrow mine at the bottom of the quiet stream. Hearing this, not to mention Yen Chutian, even Gu Hongshan had already clenched his right fist. An uncontrollable unwillingness appeared on his face. In the blink of an eye, 70% of the crystal marrow ore that they had painstakingly found was going to be taken by someone else. Furthermore, they would not even be able to get a single crystal marrow. How could they not be furious? However, no matter how angry he was, Gu Hongshan did not have any confidence in his own strength. Even if he could be considered to be at the pinnacle of the first level of the Heavenly Palace realm, he still didn't have the confidence to fight with Di Guang. Even with the addition of Yen Chutian, he could not say that he was confident. After all, Di Guang was a veteran in the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm. The profound cultivation foundation that he possessed was not something that could be compared with the simple addition of other people's cultivation bases. It was just that he really couldn't do it if he wanted to give it up. After struggling for a while, Gu Hongshan couldn't help but look at Yan Chutian. In fact, recently, the initiative between the two had been handed over to Yan Chutian. Therefore, this time, Gu Hongshan also decided to follow the former's wishes. As long as Yan Chutian made a move, he would definitely follow, even if he knew that he was no match for him. When he looked at Yan Chutian, he saw Yan Chutian take a step forward. Although there was no spiritual energy flowing around him, his figure seemed to carry an aura that was hard to ignore. Yan Chutian looked at the faintly smiling Di Guang and also faintly laughed. Only when the latter was slightly doubtful did he open his mouth. "Senior brother Di, don't you feel that this is a little too overbearing?" Yan Chutian's words immediately made Di Guang understand. After all, how could he be willing to lose the crystal marrow or that he had painstakingly found? However, although Di Guang didn't like to bully the weak, the law of the jungle was ultimately the rule here. Since it was a rule, not only him, but also the other party naturally had to abide by it. Therefore, without any hesitation, Di Guang spoke slowly. "Too overbearing? I'm afraid you don't understand the situation. If it weren't for me, Di Guang, you wouldn't even have 10% of the crystal marrow, let alone 30%. On the contrary, you might fall out of here in a sorry state. And this is the rule of this sky desert and the entire heaven realm." As he spoke, Di Guang was also paying attention to Yan Chutian's face. However, what puzzled him was that not only did the other party not deny his words, but he even nodded at the last moment. It was as if he agreed with his words. This puzzled Di Guang, but he only thought that the other party had no choice but to accept his disappearance. However, he didn't expect that just as he was about to speak again, Yan Chutian's indifferent voice sounded again. "In the end, Senior Brother D still doesn't have the right to decide the ownership of the crystal marrow here with strength. That's good too. Then let me experience Senior Brother D's skills." The moment Yan Chutian's last words sounded, Di Guang couldn't help but be stunned, and Gu Hongshan's expression also tensed up. However, compared to Di Guang, Gu Hongshan, who understood Yan Chutian better, had obviously expected this. From what little he knew, he was sure that Yan Chutian was definitely not a person who was willing to be oppressed by others. Not to mention the things that happened when he was in the outer sect, the various things that happened after he entered the Yuntian lineage were the same. And just like his previous decision, since Yan Chutian wanted to fight, he, Gu Hongshan, would definitely not back down. "Senior Brother D, please enlighten me." Looking at the two people who spoke one after another, although Di Guang was shocked, he, who had experienced many storms, quickly calmed down. Although he didn't understand where the two people in front of him got the courage to fight against him, they still dared to do so. How could he, Di Guang, be afraid in the slightest when even they dared to do so? It just so happened that through this exchange, they knew that the Yuntian lineage wasn't a place that they didn't know anything about. Therefore, Di Guang didn't say anything. Instead, his right foot heavily stomped on the ground. Spiritual energy surged out, using the most overbearing pressure as his answer. As the heavy pressure came, Gu Hongshan couldn't help but take a step back. His foot also imprinted a mark on the ground that was hard to notice. Compared to him, Yan Chutian was much more indifferent. The fourth-grade profound yang qi in his body slowly surged, completely canceling out the pressure without leaving a trace. If it was only at the third grade, it would definitely be extremely difficult. However, after the profound yang qi stepped into the fourth grade, its extraordinary vigor and toughness had become even more shocking. Such a scene couldn't help but cause Di Guang's eyes to narrow. However, he didn't say anything and immediately soared into the air. Distorting the surrounding space, he charged straight towards Yan Chutian. He wanted to see what kind of strength this guy, who didn't look simple, had. If it was just a facade, then he would be too disappointed. Di Guang's palm attack was not fancy at all. How could Yan Chutian not know his intention? But even if he knew, he didn't dodge. The energy around him constantly gathered and collided with the palm attack. Boom! A dull roar suddenly resounded. After the palm attack, Yan Chutian took a few steps back. Although Di Guang didn't take a step back, there wasn't any arrogance on his face. Instead, it was filled with shock. Because this palm attack was a direct confrontation with him, and it was also a simple counterattack. But one must know that he had stepped into the second level of the Heavenly Palace stage for a long time, and from the looks of it, the other party had stepped into the Heavenly Palace stage not long ago. In such a direct confrontation, he had only forced the other party to take a few steps back. How could he be calm? At the same time, looking at Yan Chutian's retreating figure, Gu Hongshan's face was filled with joy. As expected, even if he had reached the Heavenly Palace stage, he couldn't use common sense to look at it. However, he should have known long ago. Even if he knew the three-eyed blood spider's weakness, how could he kill a three-eyed blood spider at the second level of the Heavenly Palace stage without extraordinary strength? It was also because of this that Gu Hongshan had a lot of confidence in his heart. It was true that he couldn't fight with Di Guang, but with Yan Chutian, that might not necessarily be the case. Even if Di Guang had stepped into the second level of the Heavenly Palace stage for a long time, he wouldn't be able to easily snatch the crystal marrow from them. Chapter 698. At the bottom of the ravine, on the rarely known crystal marrow mine, the two parties were already facing each other with swords drawn. However, as long as someone appeared here, they would definitely ridicule Yan Chutian and Gu Hongshan for overestimating their capabilities. After all, Di Guang, who the two of them were facing, had already stepped into the second level of the Heavenly Palace stage for a long time. Furthermore, he was one of the best among the Bronze Token disciples. For such a figure, not to mention two cultivators at the first level of the Heavenly Palace stage, even if there were two more, they wouldn't have the strength to face him head-on. However, there was no one else present, and even if there was someone, Yan Chutian wouldn't back down. Suddenly, Yan Chutian took a step forward. Dense spiritual energy constantly surged under his feet and converged on the tip of his fist. Only when the momentum was strong to a certain extent did he take a step forward and brazenly bombarded Di Guang with punch after punch. If it wasn't for the previous head-on confrontation, Di Guang might have an easier time. However, after witnessing his strength, he more or less had to admit that the former couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless when the successive fist seals bombarded him. The surrounding spiritual energy also rapidly surged, and the turbulent pressure that spread out caused the space to collapse, making it difficult for it to exist. Boom! Boom! Finally, one fist seal after another descended from the sky. The fist seals constantly bombarded the surging spiritual energy around Di Guang, and the impact of every collision crushed the space. Under such a bombardment, Di Guang became more serious. This was because he could feel that even with his profound spiritual energy foundation, he was still being shaken by the opponent's successive fist seals. In such a situation, if he were to be as careless as he was in the beginning, he would likely suffer quite a bit of hidden losses. While Yan Chutian continuously launched attacks, Gu Hongshan naturally wouldn't be idle. Similarly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged. In the end, the vigorous and vast spiritual energy continuously condensed in his hand, condensing into a foot-long silver sword. The silver sword looked inconspicuous, but the fluctuation that spread out was enough to stun many cultivators at the first level of the Heavenly Palace realm. After all, Gu Hongshan had stepped into the first level of the Sky Palace realm for a long time. Even if his strength couldn't be compared to Yan Chutian, he was still one of the best in the first level of the Sky Palace realm. The silver sword in his hand floated up and down. Then, Gu Hongshan's angle of attack became even more tricky. Then, Yan Chutian's palm violently pierced towards him. Under the weakening of Yan Chutian's palm, Gu Hongshan's silver sword, which had an extraordinary aura, stabbed down. No matter how sturdy Di Guang's defense was, he still revealed an unnatural expression at this moment. However, that was not the end. Following that, Yan Chutian sent out another palm strike. However, this palm strike was much more restrained and heavy than the previous one. This was because it was the mysterious yang energy. Dong! A heavy roar suddenly sounded, causing Di Guang to take a few steps back. The spiritual energy around his body was disrupted by this blow. However, just as he was about to stabilize his state and launch a counterattack as soon as possible, a hidden force suddenly erupted from the depths of his body. Caught off guard, even he couldn't help but feel the blood in his chest churning. Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. When he spat out the blood, Di Guang's face was filled with disbelief. He never thought that his opponent would secretly set up such a trap in his body. However, he wasn't a simple person. He quickly stabilized his state and took a few steps back. At the same time, he had already extended his perception and scanned every part of his body. After a few breaths, after confirming that there were no hidden dangers in his body, Di Guang let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the two people in the distance with a solemn expression. Among them, the one with the most solemn expression was naturally Yan Chutian. Although he was in a sorry state in this exchange, it could be seen that Gu Hongshan was the ordinary one among the two. He could only be said to be the best among the first level of the Heaven Palace stage. The crux was the other person, Yan Chutian, who was truly hard to fathom. His cultivation seemed to be at the initial level of the Heaven Palace stage. However, the aura that erupted was comparable to the second level of the Heaven Palace stage. Di Guang had never seen such a situation before. However, no matter what, Di Guang had to win today's battle. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Moreover, it was very likely that there were first-grade or even second-grade crystal essences in this crystal marrow mine. How could he miss it? Therefore, in the next instant, Di Guang, who had stabilized his state, no longer waited for his death. He took a step forward and suddenly burst out, charging straight at Gu Hongshan. Since there was obviously a weaker one among the two, he naturally wanted to use this weakling as a breakthrough point. Di Guang's attack was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared in front of Gu Hongshan, and he threw out a punch. Mountain crumbling! Boom! The seemingly ordinary punch was accompanied by a chilling sound as it smashed down. Suddenly, a vast amount of spiritual energy flew out. As the punch descended, it directly tore apart the ground below. The power of this punch was just like its name. It could easily crumble a mountain. However, this mountain-crumbling punch did not really hit Gu Hongshan. At that critical moment, the latter narrowly brushed past the wind of the fist and avoided it. Although the remaining force made him look a little embarrassed, he still managed to resist this attack in the end. After his punch missed, Di Guang's face turned cold. However, he immediately threw out another punch. This punch was different from the previous one. Although the momentum was also shocking, what was more eye-catching was the power that could tear apart the sky. Sky-shattering. This punch was difficult for Gu Hongshan to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and continuously mobilize the power of his Heaven Palace stage to condense a defense in front of him. However, the defense continued to condense and even reached a magnificent level. Under the sky-shattering punch, it continued to shatter like a glass net. This made Gu Hongshan feel powerless from the bottom of his heart. He had to admit that if he was alone, he really could not compare to Di Guang. The profound foundation of the second level of the Heaven Palace stage was much stronger than his. However, although Gu Hongshan felt powerless, he did not despair. The reason for that was because he wasn't alone today. He only had to raise his gaze slightly to see a figure appearing behind Di Guang like a ghost. At the same time, a fatal threat suddenly came from behind. Even in Di Guang's opinion, he could defeat Gu Hongshan with a single blow. However, the sense of threat made him not dare to continue. He could only dodge and look at the source of the threat with a face full of anger. Until now, how could he not understand that if he wanted to avoid the person in front of him and defeat Gu Hongshan first, it would be difficult to do so? The person in front of him was like a maggot attached to a bone. If he dared to be careless, he would probably suffer an unpredictable attack. Thinking of this, Di Guang became even more furious. He did not believe that he, who was at the second level of the Heaven Palace stage, could not do anything to the other party. Humph. Today, I will let you know that I, Di Guang, have a foothold in the second level of the Heaven Palace stage. His eyes were cold as his hand gestures changed. Strands of yellow aura constantly spread out. The yellow aura seemed inconspicuous, but as long as one had some eyesight, they would be able to immediately notice that the yellow aura was crazily devouring the surrounding spiritual energy the moment it appeared. Perhaps a single strand of heaven and earth spiritual qi could not be considered much, but when this amount was stacked together, it was obvious that it could accumulate to a frightening degree. At the very least, this situation had already made Gu Hongshan's face change. Although he did not know the name of Di Guang's attack, how could he not see how terrifying it was from the various signs? Haha, this is my spiritual art, the sky-devouring spirit ruler. Under the spirit ruler, everything will fall. Di Guang slowly spoke. The attitude in his words was no longer ridicule or anger, but pride that came from the bottom of his heart. This was the confidence that the sky-devouring spirit ruler gave him. This spiritual art was the foundation that allowed him to gain a foothold in the second level of the Heaven Palace stage. Thus, he also believed that under the sky-devouring spirit ruler, no matter how extraordinary his opponent was, he wouldn't be able to escape. It would only result in a miserable defeat or even death. At the same time, the spiritual ruler also gradually revealed its size as it absorbed the yellow aura of the surrounding world's spirit qi. The sky-devouring spirit ruler was only 3 meters long, but the aura that it emitted was enough to make some second-level Heaven Palace stage cultivators feel fearful. Chapter 699. The true appearance of the sky-devouring spirit ruler caused Gu Hongshan's expression to change. This was because he could clearly sense exactly what kind of terrifying power was contained within that 3-meter-long spiritual ruler. It was fine if it was silent, but when the ruler's power erupted, it would definitely shake the heavens and earth. This made him subconsciously look at Yan Chutian. He no longer had the confidence to block such an attack. Thus, he could only place all his hopes on the former. Furthermore, he had acted because of Yan Chutian. If the former did not take the lead, he would not have the courage to act. After all, the gap between him and Di Guang was too big. At the same time, Di Guang did not care about their reactions. Under his cold smile, the ruler drew 2 illusionary traces in the air. At the same time, it brought along a destructive fluctuation as it descended towards Yan Chutian and Gu Hongshan. The sky-devouring spirit ruler seemed to be descending very slowly as it slowly streaked across the sky. But in reality, in the blink of an eye, the ruler had already appeared above their heads and was facing Yan Chutian. Feeling the destructive fluctuation in front of him, even Yan Chutian's expression turned solemn. Because this power had already reached the limit of what he could do. But fortunately, it was not that he did not have a way to deal with it. As he closed his eyes, the 4th-grade mysterious yang qi in his body surged like a raging sea. In the end, all the mysterious yang qi intertwined on his hands. It was also at this moment that as his hand formed some sort of ancient mark, a mysterious passageway that seemed to connect to another world was slowly opened. But this passage, at least at this moment, could only be sensed by Yan Chutian himself. So in Di Guang's eyes, his actions were completely a trick, because from the beginning to the end, he did not feel any shocking aura. Actually, it made sense. The power of his sky-devouring spirit ruler was enough to make the other party despair. So what if it was not a trick? Under the power of his sky-devouring spirit ruler, it would be destroyed. At the same time, Gu Hongshan's expression also changed. It was obvious that he could not understand Yan Chutian's actions. However, after being together for so long, the trust he had for Yan Chutian caused him to grit his teeth and not flee. He believed that Yan Chutian was definitely not the kind of person who would play tricks when he had no power to resist. Since he had made a move, he must have a certain amount of resistance. Therefore, under the gazes of the two of them, the square-foot-long spirit ruler finally descended. As the heaven-devouring spirit ruler descended, both of their expressions changed in an instant. However, one was a pleasant surprise while the other was disbelief. In that direction, he could see the spirit ruler emanating destructive fluctuations slowly descending. However, when it came close to Yan Chutian's body, it silently disappeared. This sort of information was not only invisible, it also completely lost its aura in an instant. Di Guang was clearly more aware of this situation. Therefore, at this moment, his face was filled with disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-devouring spirit ruler had completely disappeared without a trace under the intersection of two lines of sight. The moment the heaven-devouring spirit ruler truly disappeared, apart from disbelief, Di Guang suddenly staggered. At this moment, he could clearly sense that the connection between him and the heaven-devouring spirit ruler had been forcefully severed. But how was this possible? If the heaven-devouring spirit ruler was destroyed, it would be fine if the connection was severed. But now, the connection had been strangely severed. How could he accept this? At the same time, Gu Hongshan's face also changed. Although he knew that Yan Chutian was extraordinary, he had never thought that he would be strange to such an extent. Among all the bronze disciples, there was probably no other person who could possess such a technique. At the same time, only Yan Chutian's expression was calm. He even let out a sigh of relief. He had indeed stepped into the heavenly palace realm. More importantly, his mysterious yang qi had advanced to the 4th grade, which increased the upper limit of his mysterious yang devour. Under such a devouring, it could be said that it didn't take much effort to devour Di Guang's heaven-devouring spirit ruler. Yan Chutian estimated that any attack below the 3rd level of the heavenly palace realm wouldn't be a problem for the mysterious yang devour. But if he encountered a 3rd-level heavenly palace realm cultivator, it would be hard to say. After all, the heavenly palace realm wasn't comparable to the Yuanying realm. The range of the heavenly palace opened up would allow other cultivators to have a much greater foundation than him. This was also the reason why the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it would be to go against the flow unless one had a great opportunity. Back to the topic, the mysterious yang devoured the heaven-devouring spirit ruler. Taking advantage of the remaining power, Yan Chutian wouldn't give Di Guang any chance to catch his breath. He stomped his foot and immediately shot out. A mysterious seal was faintly discernible in his palm. It was the mysterious Yang seal. Shortly after, the mysterious Yang seal pressed down on Di Guang's forehead. Di Guang quickly recovered and gathered his spiritual energy to defend himself. But the indescribable sealing power was the first to descend. It forcibly slowed down the gathering of spiritual energy by a breath. However, a single breath of time was enough to do too many things. It was also enough for the mysterious sun seal to shatter his protective spiritual energy and smash him into the ground in a sorry state. Gu Hongshan was even more shocked when he saw Di Guang's sorry figure smashing into the ground. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would also find it hard to believe that even Di Guang, who was at the 2nd level of the heavenly palace realm, was defeated by Yan Chutian. Apart from the shock, Gu Hongshan was also delighted because this meant that the two of them had managed to protect the crystal marrow mine. Just as expected, a dozen breaths later, Di Guang, who was in a sorry state, flew out of the huge pit. In the end, He didn't dare to boast in front of the two of them because even though he was unwilling, he had to admit that he had been defeated by Yan Chutian. Gu Hongshan, for example, would never have believed that he would one day be defeated by a disciple at the first level of the heavenly palace realm if he hadn't experienced it himself. Since he had been defeated, he naturally knew that he no longer had the face to stay. Otherwise, he would only suffer more humiliation. As such, he could only take a deep look at Yan Chutian before his crippled body was dragged away and shot up, leaving the bottom of the secluded stream. Yan Chutian didn't chase after Di Guang's sorry figure as he fled. After all, his intention was only to protect the crystal marrow mine. As for Di Guang wanting to snatch it from him, it was within reason. In other words, if Di Guang discovered the crystal marrow mine first, he wouldn't pretend to be a saint. Instead, he would openly challenge Di Guang. The ownership of the crystal marrow mine would be decided by the outcome of the battle. Since he had chased away the enemy, Yan Chutian didn't hesitate anymore. After exchanging a glance with Gu Hongshan, they each began to search for crystal marrow in the crystal marrow mine. In this crystal marrow mine, even if Gu Hongshan didn't have a spiritual eye like Yan Chutian, the speed at which he harvested crystal marrow was incomparable to that of the outside world. In just a few minutes, the number of crystal marrow he had obtained had reached almost 20. As for Yan Chutian, his searching speed was naturally even faster. However, what he was most concerned about was whether there were any crystal marrow of a grade in the crystal marrow mine. After all, even 2 marrow beasts had been born. Presumably, there should be some crystal marrow of a grade in such a large crystal marrow mine. He used his spiritual eye and quickly scanned the land of the stream. As if the heavens didn't want to waste his hard work, he quickly sensed a familiar aura in the center. The aura seemed to be different from that of a grade 1 crystal marrow. Without waiting for an explanation, Yan Chutian stepped forward. As he raised his hand, his vigorous spiritual energy transformed into a blade and directly lifted the ground. The ground was lifted and a cloud of dust rose. However, no matter how much dust there was, it couldn't stop the increasingly bright light in Yan Chutian's eyes. After lifting the cover, he was finally able to clearly sense that there was indeed a grade crystal marrow in the center of the crystal marrow mine. Furthermore, this crystal marrow wasn't of the lowest grade, the first grade, but of the second grade. Inside the crimson crystal marrow, 2 red crystals shone brightly. They were the most basic and important symbol of a grade 2 crystal marrow. Chapter 700. Even Yan Chutian couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised at the appearance of a second-grade crystal marrow. Furthermore, there were many first-grade crystal essences around the second-grade crystal essences. He could even see that there were 3 crystal essences. One of the crystal essences was clear, while the other one was hazy and indistinct. Yan Chutian was very clear about this situation. These 3 crystal marrows were close to the second grade. Once the other core of the marrow was completely formed, it would be the time for him to truly advance to the second stage. At the same time, Gu Hongshan, who was collecting crystal marrows, also looked over as if he had sensed something. When he saw the second-grade crystal marrow, a trace of unconcealable joy naturally surfaced in his eyes. Over the past few days, he had already understood the miraculous effect of crystal marrows on the refinement of the heavenly palace. In particular, the higher the grade of crystal marrow, the more amazing its effect would be. Therefore, how could he not be surprised by a second-grade crystal marrow? However, while he was pleasantly surprised, he couldn't help but quickly retract his burning gaze. He was not a greedy person, and he knew that if it weren't for Yan Chutian, they would never have been able to excavate this crystal marrow mine. Therefore, he didn't even dare to think about obtaining a second-grade crystal marrow. However, just as he retracted his gaze and prepared to continue searching for the remaining crystal marrows in the crystal marrow mine, Yan Chutian stepped forward and directly appeared in front of him. This made him suddenly realize something. When he raised his head, he saw a red crystal marrow lying quietly in Yan Chutian's outstretched palm. Within the marrow, 2 lumps of marrow the size of a human eye shone brightly, showing the grade of this crystal marrow. It had truly stepped into the ranks of the 2nd grade. Junior brother Yan Yu, although he had a premonition, Gu Hongshan still found it hard to imagine such a situation. This was because, regardless of whether it was emotional or logical, the other party didn't need to give him a 2nd-grade crystal marrow. Facing Gu Hongshan's shocked and even disbelieving expression, Yan Chutian's face was calm as he slowly said, "Senior brother Gu, with this 2nd-grade crystal marrow, if you use it well, you should be able to step into the 2nd level of the Heavenly Palace stage. I know, but, senior brother, you don't have to take it to heart. If you really mind, then just take it that senior brother owes me a 2nd-grade crystal essence. Just return it to me when you find it," Yan Chutian said without the slightest care. And when Gu Hongshan saw his reaction, other than feeling deeply moved in his heart, there was nothing else. How could he not know that Yan Chutian was thinking about him? If it wasn't for him, why would he give him the 2nd-grade crystal essence first? Furthermore, he wasn't an indecisive person. When he received the 2nd-grade crystal marrow, he had already made up his mind. In the future, no matter what Yan Chutian wanted him to do, he would definitely not refuse. Seeing Gu Hongshan take the 2nd-grade crystal marrow, Yan Chutian was stunned. However, his expression didn't change much. A 2nd-grade crystal marrow might be something extraordinary in the eyes of others, but it was nothing in his eyes. Moreover, he had given the 2nd-grade crystal marrow to Gu Hongshan after careful consideration. Gu Hongshan was now standing at the threshold of the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm. With this 2nd-grade crystal marrow as a catalyst, it was very likely that he would be able to break through to the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm. If Gu Hongshan stepped into the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm, it would be a significant improvement to their overall strength. As for himself, even if he used the 2nd-grade crystal marrow, he would only be able to polish the Heaven Palace realm by half. In comparison, it was naturally more efficient to give the 2nd-grade crystal marrow to Gu Hongshan. In addition to this 2nd-grade crystal marrow, there were 3 more that were about to reach the 2nd-grade crystal marrow. He wouldn't hold back on these. After using them properly, even if they couldn't be compared to a real 2nd-grade crystal marrow, they would still be very useful. Next, the 2 of them continued to search the crystal marrow mine. It took them a full hour to clean up all the crystal marrows, big and small. After that, the 2 of them no longer hesitated. One after another, they rode their spirit chi into the air and swept away from the bottom of the secluded stream. Half a day later, in the depths of an inconspicuous valley, Yan Chutian and Gu Hongshan were quietly sitting cross-legged on a bluestone. The only difference was that there was only 1 crystal marrow suspended in front of Gu Hongshan, while there were 3 in front of Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian closed his eyes and concentrated. After a long while, he finally raised his right palm. As he raised his right palm, a crystal marrow also floated in the air. Red light continuously flowed out from the marrow and gathered in his mouth. When the crystal marrow was exhausted, Yan Chutian stopped and continued to close his eyes to rest. This process was repeated 3 times, and it took a total of 2 days. It was only at dawn on the 3rd day that Yan Chutian gently exhaled. As he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes, which had been closed for a long time, finally slowly opened. After 2 days of careful polishing, he had used up 3 crystal marrows that were close to the 2nd grade. The 11,000 feet wide Heaven Palace in his body had been polished to more than 7,000 feet. Although he was not satisfied with this result, it was still not bad. Then, Yan Chutian looked at Gu Hongshan. Although the 2nd grade crystal marrow suspended in front of Gu Hongshan had been exhausted, he was still cultivating and had not woken up. He could understand this. After all, a breakthrough in cultivation level was not as simple as polishing the Heaven Palace. The second-grade crystal marrow was more like a catalyst. As for whether it could guide Gu Hongshan into breaking through to the second level of the Heaven Palace realm, he could only rely on his own perseverance and that elusive luck. Gu Hongshan's cultivation was not completed yet, and Yan Chutian did not leave. Instead, he continued to sit cross-legged, taking out the ungraded crystal marrows and continuously fusing them. Although the fused crystal marrows could not be compared to the natural crystal marrows, they were not even at the first grade. That was too unbearable. It took half a day for Yan Chutian to fuse all the crystal marrows together. Although all the crystal essences had been fused, they were only of the first grade after the fusion. They could not be compared to the 3 crystal marrows that were close to the second grade. However, this was within Yan Chutian's expectations. After all, he had long understood that although the first grade and second grade crystal marrows were close, there was actually a huge gap between them. Yan Chutian did not keep the crystal marrow. He immediately refined it and absorbed it, continuing to polish his Heaven Palace. While Yan Chutian was continuing to polish his Heaven Palace, there was finally some movement in the direction of Gu Hongshan, who had been silent all this time. Sensing the commotion, even Yan Chutian, who was still polishing the Heavenly Palace stage, abruptly opened his eyes. This was because he was very clear about the movement. It was the movement before a breakthrough to the Heaven Palace realm. Sensing the movement of the breakthrough, Yan Chutian could not help but smile. Since the movement of the breakthrough was obvious, the breakthrough was almost inevitable. Sure enough, after more than half a day, Gu Hongshan really broke through to the second level of the Heavenly Mansion stage. When he got up, Gu Hongshan's face was full of joy. Only God knew how desperate he was when his cultivation level was knocked down. He had never thought that he would be able to recover from the drop in cultivation level and break through to the second level of the Heaven Palace realm so quickly. Although he was pleasantly surprised, Gu Hongshan naturally would not forget who the source of his reversal was. If it were not for Yan Chutian, he might have fallen behind in cultivation level and never recovered. Therefore, how could there be a time when he could truly step into the second level of the Heaven Palace realm? Therefore, after rejoicing, he immediately looked towards Yan Chutian with undisguised gratefulness between his brows. Seeing that, Yan Chutian did not say anything. Instead, he turned to Gu Hongshan and congratulated him. "Congratulations, Senior Brother Gu, for truly stepping into the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. Junior Brother Yan, I, Gu Hongshan, will not say much. If you have any orders in the future, I will definitely not refuse. Senior Brother Gu, you're too kind. But since Senior Brother has finished cultivating, let's continue to search for crystal essences. There are only about 20 days left before the 1-month limit." Hearing that there were only 20 days left, Gu Hongshan's joyful expression quickly turned solemn. Although he had finally stepped into the second level of the Heaven Palace realm, the second level of the Heaven Palace realm was still considered nothing among all the bronze disciples. At least, Gu Hongshan himself felt that it was not enough. After all, his opponent had already stepped into the second level of the Heaven Palace realm for a long time. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 701. Half a month quietly passed in the newly opened Sky Desert. Half a month had passed, and many bronze plate disciples had already tasted the sweetness of this area. Crystal marrow ores appeared one after another. Among them, there were second-grade and even third-grade crystal marrow. However, with the discovery of the crystal marrow ores, the originally peaceful situation was immediately disrupted. Fierce battles continued to take place in these crystal marrow ores. There were veteran disciples who were still as impressive as before, but there were also dark horses who rose up and shook everyone. Among these dark horses, there was one person that both Gu Hongshan and Yan Chutian were familiar with. It was Gu Yun. Half a month had already passed, and the crowd that was originally scattered around the Sky Desert had unconsciously moved closer to the center. As if secretly arranged, The closer one was to the center, the denser the crystal marrow ores appeared. There were even times when a mineral deposit that attracted the attention of many people appeared. The crystal marrow ores were so wide that they seemed to have formed a world of their own. The dense crystal marrow aura could be clearly felt by anyone. However, even though they could clearly feel the crystal marrow aura, no one dared to enter without permission. This was because there were countless beasts moving within the crystal marrow ores. The dense evil aura was enough to make a third-level Heaven Palace realm cultivator take it seriously. After all, there were many second-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beasts even on the periphery of the beast horde. It was not difficult to know that there were marrow beasts comparable to third-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beasts in the inner parts of the ores. However, despite knowing that it was full of danger, there were still many people gathering at the periphery of the crystal marrow ores. This was because everyone knew that there would definitely be an unimaginable amount of high-grade crystal marrow in such a place where marrow beasts were stacked. Third-grade crystal marrow was enough to move the hearts of top bronze disciples. If one was lucky enough to find a fourth-grade crystal marrow, it was enough to make top bronze disciples go crazy. The crowd grew larger and larger, and as expected, top bronze disciples at the third level of Heaven Palace realm appeared. In other words, it was the appearance of these top bronze disciples that gave the crowd more confidence. With them taking the lead, they were able to restrain the marrow beasts at the third level of Heaven Palace realm. Among the crowd, Yan Shutian and Gu Hongshan were also present. The two of them had come all the way here, and in the end, they were attracted by this crystal marrow mine. However, even Yan Shutian didn't dare to enter the crystal marrow mine by himself. They could only think of using the strength of the crowd to enter and seize the opportunity with their own strength. However, they had no choice but to bear this risk. That was because those Bronze Plate Peak disciples would not be willing to watch them snatch food from under their noses. The crowd gathered outside the Essence Crystal Mine and waited for 2 whole days. After 2 days of waiting, the number of people in the crowd had already doubled. Therefore, the crowd obviously did not want to wait any longer. After all, the more people there were, the greater the competition. Besides, they no longer had the time to continue waiting. Somewhere in the crowd, a young man at the third level of the Heaven Mansion realm stepped out. Around him stood several auras at the third level of the Heaven Mansion realm. The young man seemed to be the representative of this group. He said, "Fellow disciples of the Cloud Sky bloodline, the crystal marrow mine is right before us. However, there are marrow beasts in our way. However, this is not a problem. With our combined strength, we will definitely be able to disperse the marrow beast. At that time, we will decide who the crystal marrow belongs to based on our own strength. What do you think?" The young man's intention was very simple. He wanted everyone to work together to open the passage into the crystal marrow mine. After entering, they would compete for the crystal marrow with their own strength. Naturally, no one would refute such words. In fact, this was what everyone was thinking. No one refuted. The several third-level Heaven Mansion realm cultivators looked at each other, then took the lead and led the crowd forward. They also stepped into the crystal marrow mine. Taking the lead meant that they would be able to come into contact with the higher-grade crystal marrow earlier. However, even though they knew this, no one dared to take the lead. This was because those who took the lead would have to bear the attack of the marrow beasts first. If they were slightly weaker, they would probably be killed by the marrow beasts and turned into corpses. Therefore, even Yan Shutian did not dare to say anything. He silently chose the middle position and followed the crowd into the crystal marrow mine. As soon as they stepped in, the marrow beasts swarmed over from all directions before they could even sense the crystal marrow essence around them. As expected, as the beast tide surged, everyone could clearly sense that there was indeed a third-level Heavenly Palace stage practitioner among the marrow beasts. "Everyone, get ready to fight!" At the front of the crowd, the young man who had spoken earlier suddenly shouted. In the next moment, He had already circulated the spiritual energy in his body and charged toward a marrow beast whose aura fluctuated. It was probably at the third level of Heaven Mansion realm. At the same time, the other disciples at the third level of Heaven Mansion realm also rushed out one after another and charged toward the marrow beast. Immediately after, these top-notch bronze plate disciples began to fight with the marrow beasts in various parts of the crowd. The scene changed. Gu Hongshan raised his hand and struck out with a palm, bringing with it a piercingly cold wind that could distort space as it slammed down on a marrow beast. However, although the marrow beast did not have intelligence, it was extremely ferocious. It brazenly raised its head and slammed into Gu Hongshan's palm. Bang! Although Gu Hongshan had smacked the marrow beast away with his palm, it did not die. However, the aura around it had dimmed a little. Gu Hongshan was not surprised by this. After all, he had already seen that the marrow beast in front of him had also stepped into the second level of Heaven Mansion realm. However, just as he was about to continue accumulating power for another marrow beast suddenly charged out of nowhere. Coincidentally, it formed a pincer attack with the marrow beast in front of him. This made Gu Hongshan's expression turn ugly. This was because the two marrow beasts in front and behind were both at the second level of Heaven Mansion realm. Even if he could block such a pincer attack, the situation would become extremely difficult. However, just as the two marrow beasts were about to attack at the same time, a voice suddenly rang out. A slightly thin palm print suddenly descended from above. When the palm descended, there did not seem to be any shocking ripples. However, after it descended, an indescribable mysterious ripple spread out and actually sealed the aura around the marrow beast. In this situation, the marrow beast that did not have intelligence was unable to react. As it continued to charge, its body was immediately torn apart by the power of Yan Chutian's palm. With its body torn apart, the marrow beast naturally fell and turned into specks of light that filled the sky. With one marrow beast killed, Gu Hongshan no longer hesitated. He brazenly circulated the spiritual energy in his body and with a powerful palm, he finally annihilated the other marrow beast. When he turned around to take a look, Yan Chutian did not delay at all and was already fighting with the other marrow beast. Yan Chutian relied on the power of the mysterious Yang seal to fight with the marrow beast. Compared to the other bronze plate disciples, he was clearly more at ease. This was because the marrow beast did not have intelligence and would not retreat. After being weakened by the sealing power of the mysterious Yang seal, it would still charge over without hesitation. Therefore, Yan Chutian could easily kill it. However, up until now, he had not encountered a marrow beast that had reached the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. He was not a fool. The sealing power of the mysterious Yang seal was very difficult for the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. Even if the marrow beast of this level did not have intelligence, its might would not be weakened by much if it charged over in such a barbaric manner. Furthermore, he was not a fool. If he had the time to fight with a marrow beast of the third level of the Heaven Palace realm, he might as well take the opportunity to find the high-grade crystal essences. In fact, it was not just him. Almost every bronze plate disciple had the same plan. The only difference was that some people could do it, while others could not. After killing another marrow beast of the first level of the Heaven Palace realm, Yan Chutian opened his spirit eye and scanned the surroundings. He quickly sensed that the crystal essence aura in front of him was different. It felt like it was at least a second-grade crystal essence. However, in contrast to this aura, there was a marrow beast of the third level of the Heaven Palace realm eyeing him covetously. However, even he did not have much confidence in dealing with a marrow beast of this level. However, Yan Chutian was not one to hesitate. Furthermore, he knew that any more hesitation would be equivalent to wasting the crystal essences that he would be able to obtain later. Therefore, his gaze was resolute, following which, the spiritual energy around him and the mysterious Yang Qi in the dark rapidly surged. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 702. On the crystal marrow vein, many bronze plate disciples were already engaged in a fierce battle with the marrow beast. Although there was no blood chi soaring into the sky, the turbulent energy ripples were enough to distort the surrounding space. It would take a long time for it to gradually return to normal. Perhaps a single Heaven Palace realm cultivator was nothing, but the appearance of such a large number of young Heaven Palace realm cultivators at the same time was definitely a situation that could not be underestimated. In other words, in the Tsongyuan continent, only the major forces could produce such a lineup of prides. It should be known that this lineup was only one of the 8 inner sects of the Tsongshan Palace. If all the prides of the 8 sects were gathered together, such a vast lineup would be difficult even for the Tianyang Valley. However, at this time, no one had the time to sigh. Every bronze plate disciple was doing their best to kill the marrow beasts and waiting for an opportunity to find high-grade crystal marrow. In the crowd, Yan Chutian's eyes were deep as he looked into the distance. He was facing a marrow beast, whose aura was so strong that it was comparable to the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. Normally, he would not want to provoke a marrow beast of such a level. However, there was no other way now, because he could feel the rich aura of crystal marrow behind the marrow beast. Among them, there was most likely a 2nd-grade crystal marrow. Yan Chutian knew the principle of seeking riches in danger. Therefore, he no longer hesitated, and his gaze quickly became firm. At the same time, spiritual energy surged on his body, and Xianyang Qi surged in the dark. Yan Chutian's strange movements seemed to have attracted the attention of the marrow beast at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. A dark light constantly emerged in its pair of ferocious beast eyes. It had no intelligence and naturally could not think. It could only instinctively attack any living being that emitted hostility or approached it. As for Yan Chutian, not only was he emitting hostility toward him at this moment, he even shot forth explosively as powerful palm winds surged forth violently. The enormous palm force that distorted space surged out, causing the marrow beast to roar. It raised its sharp claws and slashed across the air. This marrow beast was comparable to the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. It was not just a saying. In the face of this claw, the space up ahead was easily warped. Following that, even Yan Chutian's palm was shattered by the raging power. His figure, which was originally charging forward, fell out in a sorry state. He was forced to retreat for more than 10 feet before he came to a stop. Even though every bronze disciple was busy fighting, there were still people who noticed the movement here. When they saw that Yan Chutian was actually taking the initiative to attack a 3rd-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beast, a mocking expression appeared on their faces. The result was not beyond their expectations. The other party overestimated himself and was immediately knocked back by the marrow beast. In fact, in the eyes of many disciples, he was just lucky. Furthermore, this was only a marrow beast. If it was a true 3rd-level Heaven Palace realm cultivator, it was likely that the current him was already heavily injured, and might even have fainted. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who had steadied himself, looked calm. He had more or less expected this attack. After all, the level of the marrow beast was already at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. Therefore, this did not discourage him. After stabilizing his blood and chi, he once again stomped on the ground and headed straight for the marrow beast. The Heaven Palace realm marrow beast did not have any strange emotions when the ant in its eyes pounced on it again. Just like before, it opened its mouth and roared. A power that was violent enough to shatter space whizzed out crazily. Looking at this scene, many disciples were secretly mocking him. They really did not expect that a 1st-level Heaven Palace realm cultivator would be so reckless. How could he face a 3rd-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beast head-on? At the same time, there were also bronze disciple at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm who looked over. Their senses were more sensitive, so they quickly discovered that there seemed to be an extremely dense aura of crystal marrow in the area behind the marrow beast. In such a situation, they only needed to think a little before they understood. It was definitely a disciple at the first level of the Heavenly Palace stage, who had also felt the rich crystal essence energy. But it also made them secretly shake their head. Even if the other party felt the aura of crystal marrow, so what? The third level Heaven Palace realm marrow beast was an insurmountable obstacle. Not only would he not have the opportunity to obtain any opportunities, but he would also be throwing his life away for nothing if he acted so rudely. At the same time, under the gazes of many people who looked at him as if he was a fool, Yan Chutian did not pay attention to the movements of the surrounding crowd. He just slowly formed a seal in front of his chest when the violent power of distortion rushed over. Then, a soft murmur that only he could hear slowly rang out. "Mysterious sun, swallow." Therefore, in the next moment, a scene that made countless people who were secretly paying attention to this place turn pale with fright appeared. As their gazes met, they were astonished to see that the tornadoes of destruction that were powerful enough to annihilate anything below the third level of the Heaven Palace realm that came from the mouth of the third level of the Heaven Palace realm disappeared silently in front of the disciple that they thought was a fool flying into a flame like a moth to a flame. In an instant, the world seemed to be silent for a moment, followed by countless exclamations that resounded between heaven and earth. At this moment, not to mention the ordinary disciples, even the top bronze disciples' faces were filled with shock at this moment. Obviously, this situation was also beyond their expectations, but Yan Chutian did not care about their reactions. Although the mysterious sun swallow did not disappoint his expectations and swallowed the third-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beast's attack. But this was already close to the limit. Therefore, how could he give the marrow beast time to attack again? He immediately used the force to step down in the air, shattering the space, and burst out again. In an instant, he appeared on the head of the third-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beast. In the next moment, as he formed a seal with one hand, a murmur that only he could hear slowly rang out from his mouth. "Mysterious Sun Seal!" Boom! The power of the seal instantly condensed into a dazzling beam of light that descended from the sky toward the marrow beast. However, even with the unexpected scene from before, many people still could not believe that he really had the power to kill the third-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beast. After all, the marrow beast was comparable to the third-level Heaven Palace realm. In addition to its strong offensive power, its defensive power was also comparable to a true third-level Heaven Palace realm cultivator. Perhaps this defensive power was nothing in the eyes of a cultivator at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm. But to those below the third-level Heaven Palace realm, it was a shocking defense that could not be underestimated. Therefore, even though his previous performance was extraordinary, and he even seized the opportunity to severely injure the marrow beast, but the result was destined to be a failure. Under many gazes, the beam of light that soared into the sky finally smashed onto the marrow beast's head. However, in the next moment, the eyelids of many disciples twitched, and the shock in their hearts that could not be suppressed continuously surged. This was because they could see that the beam of light had descended, and in just a few breaths, it had torn open the top of the marrow beast's head, and a vast power was crazily raging in. Not long after, the marrow beast struggled and extinguished the power of the beam of light. However, a huge and ferocious hole had already appeared on its head. In other words, if it was not a marrow beast and not a body of flesh and blood, this blow would have been enough to severely injure it or even make it faint. Such a scene naturally caused many disciples to be in disbelief. After all, that was a marrow beast comparable to the third level of Heaven Palace realm. At least before this, they had never heard of a disciple at the first or second level of Heaven Palace realm being able to injure a third-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beast to such an extent. On the front line between the bronze metal disciples and the marrow beast, the top bronze metal disciples looked over. At this moment they could not help but reveal shock in their eyes. Indeed, they were not afraid of the marrow beast at the third level of Heaven Palace realm, but they could still injure it to such an extent. It could even be said that they had killed marrow beasts at the third level of Heaven Palace realm before. However, they were able to do so because they had stepped into the third level of Heaven Palace realm. In terms of spiritual power, they were not inferior to the marrow beast at all. As such, in addition to the advantage of intelligence and spiritual techniques, although the marrow beast was ferocious and could not be underestimated, how could it truly be a match for them? However, there was actually someone who could injure a marrow beast at the third level of Heaven Palace realm to such an extent with just the cultivation of the first level of Heaven Palace realm. How could they not be shocked? Chapter 703. While the crowd was still in shock, Yan Chutian had already passed by the injured marrow beast. Gazing into the distance, he could see the vigorous aura of crystal marrow soaring into the sky from the gully dozens of feet away. With a glance, Yan Chutian could confirm that this was the source of the aura that he had sensed earlier. It was at least a second-grade crystal marrow. At this point, he did not hesitate at all. Even though there were still marrow beasts around the gully, many of which had reached the second level of the Heaven Palace stage, this did not cause him any hesitation. However, this didn't cause him to hesitate at all. Otherwise, once the third-level Heaven Palace realm beast behind him regained its senses, his situation would be much worse. Moreover, he could also sense the many gazes converging on him from the surroundings. If even a top bronze disciple could not suppress the throbbing in his heart and followed closely behind him, the situation was even worse than that of the marrow beast. Therefore, Yan Chutian immediately transformed into a streak of light and charged fearlessly into the gully, where the densely packed group of marrow beasts were. Outside the stream of light, a powerful strangling force erupted. Not to mention the marrow beasts, even space itself was strangled into pieces and ceased to exist. However, this strangling force became extremely difficult after encountering the marrow beasts at the second level of the Heaven Palace stage. Even though the strangling force was still terrifying, it was still difficult to be strong against such marrow beasts. At most, it could only severely injure the marrow beast. However, Yan Chutian had already expected such a situation. As for the resistance, it was due to his continuous nourishment that he had completely stepped into the fourth level of the mysterious yang body. The third level of the mysterious yang body had given Yan Chutian a great advantage in physical confrontations in the past. Now that the mysterious yang body had advanced to the fourth level, this advantage naturally would not disappear. Instead, it appeared once again. Relying on the impact of the mysterious yang body, many gazes from afar could not help but be shocked again. This was because they saw the injured marrow beasts at the second level of the Heaven Palace stage rapidly shatter like glass under the brutal impact of Yan Chutian's physical body. They were not people without discerning eyes. With just a few glances, they could tell that the former's physical strength had reached an unimaginable level. If it was only this, then it would be one thing. However, before this, the other party had clearly displayed an incomparable sharpness in terms of cultivation. His sharpness, coupled with his frightening physical strength, caused many people to involuntarily ask, was he a monster? Even those top bronze disciples' eyes flickered with uncertainty at this moment. Every advancement in the Heaven Palace realm would bring about a huge increase in their spiritual power. However, even if his physical body was strong, the increase was limited. Thus, when they saw a disciple with such powerful attainments in physical body cultivation, how could they not be astonished? In fact, this level of strength was even greater than the strength that the other party had displayed earlier. Still ignoring the attention of others, Yan Chutian just clenched his teeth and used all his strength to open up his body and charge down. Then, looking at the ravine in front of him, he viciously clawed down with his right palm and directly tore open the ground. He did not care what grade these crystal essences were. All he did was collect the source that gave off the rich crystal essence aura. This was because he had no time to pay attention to it. In just a short while, the injured Heaven Palace stage marrow beast had already recovered. As if it understood Yan Chutian's intention, the marrow beast immediately roared in anger and opened its mouth to release a violent tornado. Just now, using the mysterious Sun Devourer to resist was already close to his limit. How could he resist it now? Therefore, when the destructive power pierced through the space, he could only brace himself and use all his spiritual power to protect himself as well as his physical body. Whoosh! Even though Yan Chutian dodged extremely quickly, the destructive power still brushed past his body. Merely brushing past him, the explosive power directly knocked him away and ruthlessly smashed him into the ground below. The activity in the world once again fell silent for an instant following the heavy sound of the crash. Although the other party's previous performance was astonishing, the Marrow Beast's attack from the third level of the Heaven Palace stage was also genuine. Therefore would he, but in the next moment, the thought in the hearts of countless people was denied. From the crater, a ragged and battered figure immediately flew up. As for the figure that flew up, it was naturally Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian, who had flown up, immediately rushed back into the crowd and landed beside Gu Hongshan. He knew very well that since the crowd was working together, there was an unwritten rule that as long as one entered, they would be protected by the crowd. If not, they would not be working together. However, Yan Chutian's arrival obviously made many people's expressions change slightly. After all, when he tore open the ravine, everyone could clearly feel the soaring aura of the marrow crystals. In other words, the other party must have an unimaginable amount of marrow crystals on him. But although everyone's expressions were different, no one dared to act rashly. Because one would be protected by the crowd, this was an unwritten rule under the joint force of the crowd. If not only would they not be protected, but they would also be attacked by others, it would make everyone feel insecure. Moreover, the true core of the crowd was the top bronze disciple at the third level of the Heaven Palace stage. If they did not say anything, no one would dare to act rashly. Therefore, at this moment, the crowd suddenly fell into a strange silence. At this moment, Yan Chutian and Gu Hongshan also held their breaths and did not say anything. This was especially so for Gu Hongshan. He was well aware of the difference between the two situations that would follow. If the crowd fought with Yan Chutian, no matter how strong he was, the situation would still be dangerous. Therefore, he could only hope that the crowd would abide by the unwritten rule. Otherwise, he could not think of how Yan Chutian would be able to escape from danger. It was unknown if Gu Hongshan's hope was effective, but after a short silence, many of the top bronze disciples' gazes gradually shifted away. Then, just like before, they killed the marrow beasts around them and continued to search for marrow crystals. The actions of these top bronze disciples were undoubtedly a silent acknowledgement of Yan Chutian's gains. Since even they had tacitly agreed, the others naturally could not say anything and gradually shifted their gazes away. But after a while, those gazes would still turn back. After all, the previous scenes and the final gains of the other party were enough to make them pay attention. At the same time, Yan Chutian breathed a sigh of relief, and then silently began to recover from his injuries. He had made the right bet. Surrounded by so many marrow beasts, the top bronze disciple would not ignore the big picture. Furthermore, even they were taking the overall situation into consideration. As such, it was naturally impossible for the surrounding disciples to do anything to him. However, Yan Chutian also knew that this safety was only temporary. Once the number of marrow beasts around him decreased, it was inevitable that others would have designs on him. So much so that even those top bronze disciple might have designs on him. Therefore, at this time, the best way to protect himself was to recover as soon as possible. Just as Yan Chutian had expected, as the marrow beasts continued to die, more and more people began to pay attention to him from time to time. Under such circumstances, Gu Hongshan, who was silently guarding Yan Chutian, couldn't help but tense up his originally relaxed state of mind again. Fortunately, at this moment, the aura of marrow crystals soared into the sky again. The intensity of the aura was almost the same as that of Yan Chutian after he tore open the gorge. Such a movement was naturally extremely eye-catching, and it also quickly shifted everyone's attention away from Yan Chutian. Then, another aura of marrow crystals soared into the sky, causing a huge commotion. However, no matter how many gazes were gathered, only the top bronze disciple could truly participate in the fight between the two auras of marrow crystals. They had all stepped into the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. The Heaven Palace realm of at least 3,000 feet gave them a huge advantage. The commotion caused by the battle was enough to make many cultivators at the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm shrink back. When the fight broke out, Yan Chutian seized the opportunity to quickly recover from his injuries. The mysterious yang condensing qi was already madly circulating, constantly absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to replenish the damage. The injuries on his body were not a big problem. The recovery ability of the fourth-grade mysterious yang body was extremely amazing. Chapter 704. Finally, as the last third-level Heaven Palace realm marrow beast let out a roar, its enormous body gradually disappeared from the world. This was also when the crystal marrow vein finally fell into a state of peace. However, the calmness was only on the surface. Soon, many bronze plate disciples began a thorough search on the land of the mineral vein. Under such a search, more and more hidden crystal marrow were discovered. However, the crystal marrow aura that soared into the sky like the previous 3 times did not appear again. It was simple when one thought about it. Although this crystal marrow vein was huge and could give birth to many marrow beasts, it was not only limited to the top of the crystal marrow vein. However, it was impossible for top-grade marrow crystals to be found everywhere. At most, there would only be a few. Therefore, it seemed that the 3 crystal marrow auras that soared into the sky were all of the top crystal marrow here. Knowing this, many different gazes could not help but look at the complete map again. Because if there were only 3 spots of top crystal marrow, then the owner of each spot would naturally be envied by everyone. Moreover, there was an even more important reason. The previous 2 owners of top crystal marrow were both bronze plate disciples at the 3rd level of Heaven Palace realm. However, although Yan Chutian's performance was also astonishing, many people subconsciously thought that he was just a junior bronze plate disciple. However, one must know that even several bronze plate disciples had never obtained a top crystal marrow. Therefore, when Yan Chutian obtained one, many people revealed strange expressions. Near Yan Chutian, Gu Hongshan could clearly feel that the atmosphere around the two of them, or more accurately, Yan Chutian, was becoming more and more subtle. This made him feel that things were not good. If this continued, the terrible situation that he was worried about would very likely occur again. At this moment, Yan Chutian's expression was as usual as he slowly and steadily recovered with the Xianyang Qi. However, his calm expression did not mean that his heart was unaffected. Compared to Gu Hongshan, he was more attentive to the movements of the crowd. Therefore, he clearly knew that if this atmosphere continued, it would very likely be extremely unfavorable to him. However, he was actually more worried about the few bronze plate disciples. There were 5 bronze plate disciples, but only 2 of them had obtained a top crystal marrow. As for the remaining 3 people, he could not guarantee that one of them would not be able to suppress their unwillingness and make a move against him. If there really was a disciple at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm who couldn't suppress the unwillingness in their hearts and made a move against him, he would definitely be able to deal with them. Even if it was him, he didn't know how confident he was in blocking it. But even if he knew this, Yan Chutian did not have any way to change the current situation. The only thing he could do was to condense his profound yang qi as soon as possible and restore himself. Fortunately, the Xianyang Qi condensation did not let him down. After another half an hour, Yan Chutian finally recovered. In just a few minutes, the crowd had flipped the entire mine upside down. At this point, the curtains had naturally come to an end on this joint operation of everyone. Next, even without the need for anyone to say anything, the gathered crowd scattered in all directions. After all, although the joint operation this time was dangerous, many of the disciples had gained a lot. However, it was one thing to gain something, but it was another thing to truly turn it into a part of one's strength. At this moment, they naturally had to find a secret place to turn the crystal marrow into their own use and refine their heavenly palaces. As the crowd scattered, Yan Chutian hurriedly said something to Gu Hongshan and then flashed away from this area. He had a hunch that no one would let him leave like this. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for him to escape alone, so it was naturally impossible for him to travel with Gu Hongshan. At the same time, looking at Yan Chutian's rapidly disappearing figure, Gu Hongshan clenched his right fist, but could only helplessly release it in the end. Even if he wanted to help Yan Chutian, he had to admit that he couldn't help at all. His cultivation and strength might be considered not weak in the second level of heavenly palaces. However, compared to the danger that Yan Chutian might encounter, he was still too weak. Between the heavens and the earth, Yan Chutian flew all the way. His figure could not be delayed as he headed straight for the horizon ahead. The sky was vast and the earth was vast. It seemed that he was the only one left in the entire world. However, Yan Chutian's premonition of danger was becoming more and more obvious. At a certain moment, a sudden, faint laughter suddenly sounded between the heavens and the earth. Ha ha! I, Qian Wanren, have been yearning for top-grade crystal marrow for a long time. I wonder if junior brother can fulfill this wish of mine? However, along with the faint laughter, a heavenly handprint that distorted space rapidly formed above Yan Chutian's head and directly pressed down. The power that erupted from the handprint directly crushed the space around Yan Chutian completely. That twisting power continued to spread, tearing several ferocious gullies in the ground below. However, as the power of the handprint surged violently, the source of the faint laughter, the figure in a black robe, did not even look at it. Instead, he looked straight ahead. He could sense that at the last moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from his spiritual energy handprint and escaped. From the looks of it, the other party really could not be judged with common sense. If it was an ordinary disciple at the first level of heavenly palaces, they would have been directly crushed and severely injured by his handprint. Their life and death would be in his hand. However, thinking about it, if the other party was not extraordinary, he would have already died in the hands of the marrow beast, which was comparable to the third level of heavenly palaces. It was also impossible for the other party to snatch the top-grade crystal marrow that even he, who was at the third level of heavenly palaces, could not obtain from the crystal marrow mine. However, if the other party thought that he could easily shake off Qian Wanren, then he was looking down on him too much. With that thought in mind, Qian Wanren sneered for a moment. Shortly after, he took a step forward and disappeared like a ghost. At the same time, hundreds of feet away, Yan Chutian's expression was calm, but his heart was already incomparably solemn. He did not know about Qian Wanren, but he knew that the other party's cultivation had already stepped into the third level of heavenly palaces. With a heavenly palace's foundation of at least 3,000 feet, even Yan Chutian did not have much confidence in facing him. Therefore, if possible, it was best not to face him head-on and escape with all his might. However, just as he was thinking about this, a sudden force suddenly shot up from the ground below. The sudden attack caught Yan Chutian off guard. As a result, the pillar of light that soared into the sky brushed past his body and sent him flying dozens of feet away before crashing into the ground. Quickly struggling to get up, Yan Chutian's face was pale and filled with disbelief. Although he had been escaping, his spiritual eye had always been paying attention to his back. It should be impossible for Qian Wanren to pass by him without making a sound. But what was going on right now? Dozens of feet away, the figure in dark green robes slowly appeared. Qian Wanren looked down at the shocked Yan Chutian and couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. Haha, junior brother, I have some understanding of you. I also know that senior brother possesses a spiritual eye. In the entire inner sect, only Gu Qinyan of the Heavenly Array faction possesses one. But since I know, how can I, Qian Wanren, not be prepared? As he spoke, Qian Wanren gently grabbed from his dark green robes. Immediately, an invisible talisman slowly appeared in his hand. Looking at the talisman, Yan Chutian's eyes suddenly narrowed. Because when he looked with his spiritual eye, he couldn't sense the talisman in front of him. Could this thing be, haha? Junior brother should also understand that although this talisman itself isn't anything special and is only an ordinary concealment talisman, but in this talisman, some heaven-sealing sand was coincidentally mixed into it. Heaven-sealing sand can even seal the secrets of the heavens and cut off one's senses. Although the amount of heaven-sealing sand mixed into this talisman is very little, but it is still able to hide from junior brother's spiritual eye. Hearing this, even Yan Chutian was speechless, because how could he have imagined that the other party would be able to obtain a concealment talisman mixed with heaven-sealing sand? Heaven-sealing sand could even hide the secrets of the heavens. Compared to it, even the spiritual eye was extraordinary. How could it be compared to the secrets of the heavens? Chapter 705. The sky-sealing sand could conceal the secrets of the heavens. Naturally, it could even hide from the spiritual eye's ability to see through illusions. Such a situation caused Yan Chutian's expression to become unsightly. Because of the sky-sealing sand, it was extremely difficult for him to shake off his opponent. As such, he could only face him head-on and search for an opportunity to escape. However, facing a cultivator at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm, even if it wasn't a fight to the death, Yan Chutian wouldn't have any confidence. After all, the gap between the Heavenly Palace realm was completely different from the gap between the Yuanying realm. Otherwise, when Yan Chutian was in the Yuanying realm, he wouldn't have to struggle so much after stepping into the Heavenly Palace realm. However, he had no other choice. Furthermore, Qian Wanren, who was eyeing him covetously, wouldn't give him any choice. As expected, in the next moment, Qian Wanren, who was sneering, suddenly disappeared. Because of the sky-sealing sand spiritual talisman, his disappearance could truly be described as untraceable. Only when the instinctive sense of danger emerged from the bottom of his heart did Yan Chutian immediately raise his right arm. At the same time, dense spiritual energy overlapped as he rapidly retreated. However, even if Yan Chutian's reaction was extremely fast, when the palm print that came out of nowhere pressed down, it still caused him to be unbearably shaken. On Yan Chutian's raised right arm, 5 deep finger marks had already appeared on the overlapping spiritual energy armor. After such a palm, Qian Wanren didn't give him any time to catch his breath and immediately disappeared from his original position. A moment later, Yan Chutian was once again pushed back several feet. This time around, even the clothes on his arms were torn apart. Although there were no traces of blood under his clothes, only Yan Chutian himself knew that if it wasn't for his 4th-grade mysterious yang body, his arm would have been bleeding by now. After this attack, Qian Wanren finally stopped attacking. The dark green figure took a few light steps in the air, still looking down at Yan Chutian. Junior brother, you are indeed not simple. I'm afraid that even I can't compare to the degree of toughness of your body. But it's a pity that your cultivation is too weak. Even if you can fight against a level 3 Heaven Palace realm cultivator, that's all you can do. But if we can only resist, what's the difference between this and defeat? As soon as he finished speaking, a green halo gradually appeared on Qian Wanren's body. The interior of the halo was filled with extremely pure spiritual energy. This situation caused Yan Chutian's eyes to widen. This was because he was well aware that this was the prelude to a powerful spirit technique. Indeed, it did not disappoint him. When the cyan halo of light continued to flow into Qian Wanren's palm, Qian Wanren's expression changed. In the palm of his hand, a cyan long spear constantly appeared. The body of the spear bloomed with cyan light, and there were vaguely patterns that resembled a cyan dragon swimming up and down. An extremely powerful pressure suddenly spread out from the cyan long spear. Wherever the pressure went, the space couldn't withstand a single blow. Like a spider web, it constantly shattered. Obviously, Qian Wanren said that Yan Chutian could only resist, which was equivalent to defeat. But in reality, being entangled by a level 1 Heaven Palace realm cultivator was unbearable even for him. The pride in Qian Wanren's heart made him want to immediately injure his opponent under his feet. Thus, a powerful spirit technique was immediately born. The cyan long spear shone brightly. At the same time, even Qian Wanren's eyes were shining with cyan light. Cyan Divine Dragon Spear. In the next instant, he no longer hesitated. He immediately took out the long spear and shot it towards Yan Chutian. The moment the long spear left Qian Wanren's hand, it directly transformed into a huge cyan dragon. The huge dragon tail gently shook, and even the space was penetrated. The cyan dragon head had already appeared above Yan Chutian's head. A dense dragon aura surged out. Yan Chutian was very clear about this aura because his body contained the true dragon intent. But it was also because of this that he knew how terrifying the dragon spear was. When the dragon spear descended, even a level 3 Heaven Palace realm cultivator would have to take it seriously. If he wasn't careful, he could be severely injured. Thus, Yan Chutian didn't have any other choice. When the ferocious dragon appeared above his head, the profound yang energy in his body had already surged. Shortly after, as the palm on his chest slowly opened up, an indescribable profound technique descended. Profound Yang. Devour. The profound Yang Devour seemed to be able to devour the most terrifying attack in the world. But in reality, it was just an illusion. Although the cyan dragon was constantly being devoured by the profound Yang Devour, it was extremely slow. It could even be said that it was blocked. The reason for this was that the mysterious sun swallow had reached the limit of what it could swallow. At the same time, Qian Wanren narrowed his eyes as he looked at the situation before him. He secretly sighed in relief. He knew about Yan Chutian's spiritual eye, so he naturally knew about the other party's strange technique. He also knew about the technique before him. But the situation before him didn't make him lose his composure. It was just as he had expected. No matter how shocking the technique was, there was still a limit to it. If Lin Yun's cultivation had stepped into the level 2 Heaven Palace realm, then the situation today would be difficult to describe. Fortunately, Lin Yun's cultivation was only at the level 1 Heaven Palace realm. Even if Lin Yun could block his divine Azure Dragon Spear, he would definitely reach his limit. At that time, Lin Yun would be like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. When they thought up to this point, a wisp of pride involuntarily appeared on their faces. He had already said that escaping from the hands of Qian Wanren was no different from a fool's dream. At the same time, Yan Chutian's face turned ugly. How could he not know what Qian Wanren was thinking? So he couldn't wait any longer. He could only fight to the death now. With that thought in mind, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated. Even though the cyan dragon hadn't been completely devoured by the profound Yang Devour, the profound Yang Qi in his body surged again. But before he could even fully unleash his technique, the huge pressure spread throughout his body. Even a level 4 profound Yang body couldn't withstand such pressure, and bloody scars constantly appeared. Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the strength that he had painstakingly recovered had been completely consumed. In addition, his injuries were even more serious than before. But no matter how big the price was, there was no room for regret. Yan Chutian could only grit his teeth and continue to realize what he had in his heart bit by bit. He didn't know if it was the luck of the sky-bearing empire, or if it was the result of Yan Chutian's consideration. Even though it was difficult, at the last moment, at the center of the profound Yang Devour, a surge of spitting intent continuously emerged. This was the profound Yang Devour. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the power that was swallowed by Yan Chutian's profound Yang Devour was completely spat out at this moment. But perhaps because it overlapped with the profound Yang Devour, when the profound Yang Devour appeared, the power that surged out was not under Yan Chutian's control at all. It only spewed out for a few dozen feet before it directly exploded. However, perhaps due to the chaos, the power that exploded and the destructive ripples of that terrifying power were many times stronger than before. Even Qian Wanren's expression changed at this moment. He didn't dare to resist at all and subconsciously fled. The terrifying destructive fluctuations wreaked havoc for more than 10 breaths of time before it completely calmed down. Such a shocking movement involuntarily caused Qian Wanren's expression to change slightly. He more or less knew that the opponent's method was able to reverse the swallowing attack in a strange way. But knowing was one thing. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he finally understood how shocking this strange attack was. In Qian Wanren's opinion, if it wasn't for this method, it seemed to have exceeded the limit of the opponent's control. Otherwise, he would definitely be in an extremely sorry state at this moment. But after that, the opponent should have been directly injured by the backlash and the destructive power that didn't distinguish between friend and foe. At this time, the opponent should have at least fainted. Thinking of this, Qian Wanren let out a sigh of relief. But then, when the smoke and dust that were stirred up by the huge movement finally dissipated, it made his expression become extremely ugly bit by bit. Because in that messy mountain range, there was no trace of the sorry figure that he imagined or even the aura. Chapter 706. In the depths of the desolate mountain range, an inconspicuous layer of soil was suddenly pushed open by a thin palm. Soon after, starting from this hand, a figure whose entire body was covered in bloody scars and whose aura was weak continuously drilled out from the soil layer. The figure that emerged was none other than Yan Chutian. Half a day ago, when the mysterious sun swallow had not completely devoured the opponent's attack, he had no choice but to use the mysterious sun spit as well. Even though he managed to barely succeed, the price he had to pay for his reckless actions was that he had suffered a huge backlash. At the same time, the power that poured out of the mysterious sun spit was not under his control at all. The power that erupted from his body had also injured himself. However, he did not know whether he should be angry or happy. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yan Chutian had managed to escape. Although the price he had paid was huge, it had allowed him to shake off Qian Wanren in the end. However, this did not mean that the grudge between Yan Chutian and Qian Wanren had been written off. Although it was reasonable for the other party to fight for the mysterious sun essence, the fact that he had ended up in such a sorry state was already a grudge. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely get it back from him in the newly opened sky desert space. After taking a few deep breaths, Yan Chutian finally calmed down a little. Then, he took out the crystal essences that he had put away one by one. From the beginning to the end, he had not had the time to see the crystal essences that he had put away. He only hoped that these crystal essences would not disappoint him. Otherwise, if he had to pay such a huge price for some ordinary crystal essences, it would be too late for regrets. Fortunately, these crystal essences did not disappoint Yan Chutian. When they were taken out, a rich crystal essence aura immediately surged. He hurriedly suppressed it with his spiritual energy. At the same time, he glanced around and confirmed that he had obtained these crystal essences. Among these crystal essences, the one in the center was the most eye-catching. This was because there were 3 crystal essences that shone brightly in the red crystal. These were 3rd-grade crystal essences. Apart from the 3rd-grade crystal essence, there were also 5 2nd-grade crystal essences and close to 21st-grade crystal essences. Even though he had to pay a huge price for such a reward, Yan Chutian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Once he recovered from his injuries, he might be able to use these crystal essences to polish his heavenly palace to the extreme. At that time, they might be able to make a breakthrough to the second level of the heavenly palace realm. When he thought about the second level of the heavenly palace realm, Yan Chutian couldn't help smiling. If he could step into the second level of the heaven palace realm, it would be much easier for him to deal with those top-notch bronze token disciples. At the very least, Qian Wanren would never be able to force him into such a difficult situation again. Instead, he would have to worry about losing to him if he was not careful. With this thought in mind, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated. After setting up an alarm array around him, he once again circulated the mysterious yang condensing qi to heal his injuries. This kind of recovery took a full 2 days. Only then was he able to completely recover. After he had completely recovered, Yan Chutian struck while the iron was hot. He took out all the crystal essences except for the third-grade crystal essences and slowly refined them. The gradually refined crystal essence qi condensed into 2 faint red streams of air that flowed into his nostrils. Then, the crystal essence qi was guided into his heavenly palace. Under Yan Chutian's control, he slowly began to polish it. The vastness of the heavenly abode was even more so for Yan Chutian's heavenly abode. Compared to ordinary cultivators, it was beyond common sense, reaching a range of 1100 zhang. However, although the heavenly palace was vast, it gradually became exquisite under Yan Chutian's continuous polishing of the crystal essences. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days quietly passed. After 5 days, when the last piece of first-grade crystal essence dissipated in front of Yan Chutian, his eyes, which had been closed for a long time, finally opened again. If someone could look at the heavenly palace in his body, they would see that the 11,000 feet wide heavenly palace had been polished to an extremely exquisite state. It no longer had the rough and blocked feeling it had when it was first opened. Under such circumstances, as long as he could find an opportunity, he would be able to open up the heavenly palace again, and open up a range of at least 10,000 feet. However, for Yan Chutian, the range of the heavenly palace that he opened up should be at least 11,000 feet. Since he had already reached this step, he naturally would not hesitate. He slowly took out the third-grade crystal essence. Then, a red crystal essence could be seen floating in front of him. Looking at the third-grade crystal essence in front of him, Yan Chutian's face turned solemn. Polishing the heavenly palace to the extreme was the prerequisite for breaking through to the heavenly palace stage. However, in order to truly break through, an opportunity was required. Only by grasping the opportunity could he break through and open up the heavenly palace again. Otherwise, if he couldn't grasp the opportunity, it would be a waste of precious treasures or opportunities. In other words, if he couldn't grasp the opportunity to break through while refining the third-grade crystal essence, then the refined third-grade crystal essence would be useless. Therefore, when faced with such a situation, even Yan Chutian had to treat it seriously. However, he was someone who had experienced such a stage before. Moreover, with the third-grade crystal essence as a guide, he was extremely confident that he could smoothly break through to the second level of the heavenly palace stage. Huff! He gently exhaled. In the next instant, he no longer hesitated and slowly wrapped the third-grade crystal essence with his spiritual energy. Then, bit by bit, he grasped the illusory opportunity. When Yan Chutian began to grasp the opportunity to break through, the 1-month deadline for the opening of the Sky Desert was nearing its end. Therefore, in the center of the Sky Desert, there were already people gathering, waiting for the final 10 seats to arrive. Among these people was Gu Hongshan. When he parted with Yan Chutian, they had agreed to meet again in the center of the desert. While waiting, Gu Hongshan's face was filled with worry. He knew that after Yan Chutian left, Qian Wanren also disappeared. According to his understanding of Qian Wanren's character, He was definitely not someone who was willing to suffer losses. Therefore, there was only one possibility for him to disappear silently. He was going straight for Yan Chutian. However, just as his face was filled with worry, he inadvertently looked away, causing his eyes to suddenly focus. Because an extremely familiar figure had appeared in his line of sight. This figure was Gu Yun. In the lonely mountain range, a figure had been silent for a long time. This figure was Yan Chutian. A day ago, he had completely exhausted the third-grade crystal essence. However, after a day, there was no change in his aura. Based on the situation, it seemed that he had not grasped the opportunity to break through. However, in the next moment, the originally silent aura suddenly surged like a storm. Looking into Yan Chutian's heavenly abode, one could see that the nascent soul little figure that was originally sitting cross-legged was now slowly standing up. The Yuanying little person looked at the exquisite sky above the divine palace, as if it could already see that it was the starting point of the divine palace. As for whether it could continue to open the divine palace, it would depend on whether Yan Chutian had accumulated enough power. Immediately after, without any hesitation, the Yuanying little person raised its right arm. Under its control, the power of the divine palace was mobilized to its heart's content. From the seemingly endless power, heavy axes appeared one after another. Although they were all heavy axes, the number and size of the axes that appeared this time were much stronger than when the divine palace first opened. After all, the current Yan Chutian had stepped into the divine palace realm, far from what the Yuanying realm could compare to. However, this did not mean that his breakthrough would be easier than before. On the contrary, it would be even more difficult. This was because cultivators went against the heavens and stole the power of the heavens and earth. As such, the difficulty would only get higher and higher. However, Yan Chutian had a huge amount of experience from his previous life. At the very least, breaking into the second level of the divine palace realm was not a problem for him. As such, after a wave of spiritual energy axes appeared, the range of the divine palace was successfully expanded once more. As the divine palace expanded, Yan Chutian's gaze was fixed on the expanding range. This was especially the case when it expanded to a range of 10,000 feet. This caused his expression to turn serious. This was because the following development would prove whether or not his previous guess was correct. Under his gaze, the heavenly palace, which had already expanded by another 1,000 feet, continued to expand without the slightest delay. Only when it expanded another 1,000 feet did the speed slow down. However, it only showed signs of slowing down, and it did not truly stop. Sogu. Chapter 707. When it expanded by another 100 feet, Yan Chutian's originally solemn face was filled with disbelief and joy. However, he soon discovered that the 1,000 feet heavenly palace was still not the limit. Although the expansion was extremely slow, it was still expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a scene naturally delighted Yan Chutian. This not only meant that he would be able to expand his heavenly palace to 11,000 feet every time he broke through in the future. It also meant that he was certain that he would be able to step into the heavenly source stage in the future. This was because his heavenly palace was still expanding on the foundation of 11,000 feet. In this way, even if he did not expand his heavenly palace in the future, it would still exceed the limit of 10,000 feet when he broke through to the 9th level of the heavenly palace stage. In other words, as long as he broke through to the 9th level of the heavenly palace stage, he should be able to break through to the heavenly source stage if he wanted to. If news of this spread, countless heavenly palace stage cultivators would be so jealous that their eyes would turn red. This was because they were all bitterly struggling in the heavenly palace stage, trying their best to break through the limit of the heavenly palace stage. However, the other party could easily break through the limit of 10,000 feet when he stepped into the heavenly palace stage. How could they not be jealous? Knowing this, Yan Chutian was overjoyed. However, he knew that if it was possible, it would naturally be better for his heavenly palace to expand as much as possible. This was the foundation of a cultivator, the source of the advantage a heavenly palace stage cultivator would have after breaking through to the heavenly source stage. In other words, breaking through to the 10,000 feet heavenly palace was only the minimum requirement to step into the heavenly source stage. If one wanted to pursue a foundation, there would be no limit to the heavenly palace's range. In his previous life, Yen Chutian had suffered quite a bit because of this. Even though he made up for it later, when he finally broke through to the heavenly source stage, his heavenly palace's range was only 11,000 feet. Perhaps 11,000 feet did not sound small, exceeding 1/10 of the range of the 10,000 feet heavenly palace. However, one must know that there was no harm without comparison. At the very least, as far as Yen Chutian knew, the 9 people who had ascended the heaven realm's 10 great prides with him all had stronger foundations than him. Fortunately, after breaking through to the heavenly source stage, he was able to guide his extraordinary heavenly source, allowing him to catch up to those people in terms of heavenly source strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to ascend to the peak of glory in the entire heaven realm. Returning to the main topic, while Yen Chutian was pleasantly surprised, the slowly expanding heaven palace finally came to a stop. Looking over, he could see with a single glance that this heaven's abode had expanded by another 1,000 feet. In other words, the range of his heavenly palace had already reached a range of 23,000 feet. Yen Chutian didn't know. Could there be someone in the lower realm who could expand the range of the heavens palace to such an extent at the second level of the heavens palace realm? But at least as far as he knew, reaching the second level of the heavenly palace realm with a height of 23,000 feet was unprecedented. Overjoyed, he couldn't help but abruptly stand up and raise his hand to slap forward. It seemed like an ordinary slap, but in reality, the entire 23,000 feet heavens palace was mobilized. The power of such a slap could only be described as terrifying. With a slap from afar, a lone mountain in the distance was directly crushed to dust by Yen Chutian's palm. Feeling the power he possessed, Yen Chutian couldn't help but think of Qian Wanren from before. If they met again, he would definitely let Qian Wanren know that he wasn't a soft persimmon that Qian Wanren could easily pinch. However, Yen Chutian knew that the most important thing now was to obtain one of the 10 positions at the center of the heavenly desert that was about to descend. Only by obtaining one of the 10 positions would he have the right to speak and communicate with the Silver Disciple. Only by doing so would he be able to fight for as much resources as possible when the heavenly desert opened. Only by doing so would he be able to stand out and have a chance to meet his master. In short, this was a path that could only be taken forward, and there was no room for retreat. More and more figures continued to gather in the middle of the newly formed Great Desert. Not only were the veteran top bronze disciple present, but there were also dark horses that continued to appear. These dark horses were originally unknown, but now they were invincible in the second level of the heavenly palace realm. There were also disciples who were originally at the second level of the heavenly palace realm, but now they were at the third level of the heavenly palace realm. But no matter what, no one had broken through to the Tianfuging fourth floor. Of course, this wasn't necessarily the case. None of them could break through to the Tianfuging fourth floor. It was possible that they had no choice but to give up due to the lack of time. After all, even if the heavenly desert had just opened, it was possible that there were crystal essences of the 4th grade and above. As long as they obtained such crystal essences and used them properly, they would have a chance to break through to the Tianfuging 4th floor. More and more figures gathered at the center of the heavenly desert. In an inconspicuous corner, Gu Hongshan was panting heavily. His entire body was covered with dense wounds. But no matter how heavy his injuries were, they couldn't compare to the unwillingness in his heart. That was because he wasn't necessarily defeated by Gu Yun. If it wasn't for Qian Wanren's secret interference, he wouldn't have been injured by Gu Yun to such an extent. As for the reason why Wan Jiren interfered, Gu Hongshan naturally couldn't be any clearer. It was definitely because he couldn't catch junior brother Yen, and after seeing someone close to him, he made a move to vent his anger. This was also good. At least it meant that junior brother Yen could safely escape. With junior brother Yan's performance, if he could break through to the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm with the help of the crystal essences, even Qian Wanren wouldn't be able to do anything to him. In that case, he could only wait for junior brother Yan's arrival and wait for junior brother Yen to avenge him. At the same time, Qian Wanren, who was at the center of the crowd, had an indifferent expression as he sat there quietly. It was as if the person who made a move in the dark wasn't him. But as far as he was concerned, it didn't matter if others had seen him do it or not. In the Cloud Sky faction, he still had to be cautious. But in this heavenly desert where the strong preyed on the weak, what did he have to be cautious of? Furthermore, which one of the people around him was different from him? They were just a bunch of hypocrites trying to put up a front. As more and more people waited in silence, a giant spatial map slowly appeared on the originally calm Heaven Desert Dome. On the faintly discernible map was an extremely grand scene of mountains and rivers. One could clearly see that in the sky above the scenery of mountains and rivers, 10 stone seats were shining brightly. Clearly, they were the 10 seats that everyone wanted to fight for in the end. Looking at this huge mountain and river map, everyone's faces became extremely excited. Especially those bronze disciples at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace realm, their expressions were even more excited. Because they were at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace realm, they were the ones with the best chances to fight for these 10 seats. Apart from them, even those at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Palace realm weren't qualified. After all, just the number of 3rd level Heavenly Palace realm disciples was unimaginable. There were more than 10 seats. As for those at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Palace realm, there were countless of them. On the contrary, those at the 1st level of the Heavenly Palace realm had the least number of disciples. After all, this trip to the Heavenly Desert had allowed many of the bronze disciples to improve by quite a bit. The mountain map appeared in the sky and in less than 15 minutes, it had completely descended on the ground. The moment the gigantic picture of mountains and rivers descended, the dignified voice of an elder resounded through the surrounding area, shaking the heavens. The 10 seats have appeared. Those at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Palace realm and above can enter to fight for them. When the dignified elder's voice slowly fell, countless bronze plate disciples did not need any orders. They all rushed into the mountain and river map at the same time. At this moment, only those at the 1st level of the Heavenly Palace realm could only look at the surging crowd with envious gazes. Because they didn't gain much in the Heavenly Desert Dome, they didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the final battle. But that didn't stop them from looking forward to who would obtain the 10 seat. After all, those 10 people would lead them, and they were the key to whether they could gain anything when the Heavenly Desert opened. Sogu. Chapter 708. After the numerous human traffic had all surged into the large mountain and river picture, an inconspicuous figure finally rushed over from the sky and appeared on this piece of land. The figure that had rushed over was none other than Yen Chutian. He merely swept his gaze around and immediately saw Gu Hongshan, who was seriously injured and recovering with difficulty in a corner. Seeing Gu Hongshan in such a state, Yen Chutian did not care about anything else and immediately approached him. When he approached, Gu Hongshan, who had sensed a familiar aura approaching, suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw that the figure that had appeared in his sight was actually Yen Chutian, his face was already filled with excitement and he no longer cared about his own condition. "Junior Yen, you're here." Hearing this, Yen Chutian nodded heavily and immediately asked why he was seriously injured. Gu Hongshan naturally would not hide anything from Yen Chutian and immediately told him everything that had happened. After hearing Gu Hongshan's words, Yen Chutian's face could not help but gradually become gloomy and cold. He really did not expect Qian Wanren to be such a narrow-minded person. Although it was infuriating to snatch the crystal essence from him, he could not find any words to refute. After all, in this newly formed desert, the strong preyed on the weak. However, since he could not snatch the crystal essence from him, he took out his anger on Gu Hongshan, who was close to him. Such behavior could only be described as vile. However, this was also good. When he met him, he would not have any scruples when fighting. As Gu Hongshan spoke, he naturally hurriedly told Yan Chutian about the 10 spots in the huge mountain map. Seeing this, Yan Chutian nodded and allowed him to continue recovering. He then approached the huge mountain map step by step. Behind him, as he watched Yan Chutian walk step by step towards the gigantic picture of mountains and rivers, Gu Hongshan couldn't help but recall the disdainful look on the former's face when he was heavily injured by the 10 million ren. Although he didn't know how strong Yan Chutian was now, he still couldn't figure out how strong he was. However, he faintly felt that Qian Wanren's expression would definitely be extremely interesting in the end. At the same time, some of the surrounding bronze plate disciples also noticed Yan Chutian. Among them, there was no lack of people with good information. That was because when they saw him interacting with Gu Hongshan, they soon knew that he was the one who had offended Qian Wanren. Although they did not know the specific reason, they would be in trouble if they offended Qian Wanren. This was because that Qian Wanren was definitely not a good person. Especially in this desert where there were no palace rules and restrictions, he was even more unbridled. Therefore, if he were to encounter Qian Wanren in that huge mountain and river map, the result could be imagined. However, no matter what they thought, Yan Chutian's footsteps would not stop. When he approached the huge mountain and river map, he directly tapped the tip of his foot and surged his spiritual energy, charging into the huge mountain and river map. When he truly charged into the map, he could clearly feel that there was a mechanical gaze sweeping over him. Yan Chutian understood this because he already knew from Gu Hongshan that only those who were at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm and above could step into the map. When he truly charged into the huge mountain and river map, the surroundings suddenly changed, revealing a scene of extremely majestic mountains and rivers. Although the mountain and river were majestic, the most eye-catching thing was that at the peak of the most majestic mountain in front of him, there were 10 stone seats suspended in the sky that were as dazzling as the sun. At this moment, there were already intense energy ripples near the peak of the huge mountain, and spatial cracks were constantly spreading out. Even without looking with the naked eye, one could tell how intense the battle on the huge mountain had become. At this level, even a cultivator at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This also caused many disciples at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm to only dare to surround the mountainside. Only a very small number of people would attempt to set foot on the peak. However, those who attempted to do so were almost directly blasted down, unable to withstand the astonishing battle energy. It was normal when one thought about it. After all, the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm had a Heaven Palace realm foundation of at least 3,000 feet. Such a vast foundation was enough to make them much stronger than those at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm. Yan Chutian knew that there was no reason to speak of in this chaotic battle. If one could enter and withstand it, they would have a chance to obtain one of the 10 seats. If they couldn't withstand it, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to stand. Therefore, he didn't beat around the bush. As he slowly surged his power, he directly rushed to the peak of the huge mountain. The disciples at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm who surrounded the mountainside didn't obstruct him in the slightest. Looking at these figures, many people secretly shook their heads and mocked them for overestimating their abilities. There were too many disciples at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm who had attempted it. Even those famous veterans or dark horses couldn't withstand it. Therefore, in many people's view, Those at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm were just witnesses. Only those who had stepped into the third level of the Heaven Palace realm were qualified to compete for the 10 seat. In the crowd, Lu Xiong's gaze was locked onto Yan Chutian's back. He was also shocked that Lin Yun had stepped into the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. But when he saw that Yan Chutian was actually rushing to the peak, his face was immediately filled with ridicule. In Lu Xiong's view, this was Lin Yun being ignorant. One had to know that even he didn't dare to set foot on the peak. With a single glance, he could tell that Lin Yun had just entered the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. What else could it be other than being ignorant? When he thought about how he actually treated such a fool as a heart demon, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. In Lu Xiong's heart, he couldn't help but feel deeply humiliated. At the same time, there was another line of sight that also locked onto Yan Chutian. The owner of that line of sight wasn't a stranger to Yan Chutian. The owner of that line of sight was Gu Yun. Although he didn't know much about Yan Chutian, he roughly knew that it was because of him that Qian Wanren secretly made a move when he was fighting with Gu Hongshan. Initially, he thought that Lin Yun wouldn't be a simple person if he could make Qian Wanren take his anger out on him. But from the looks of it, Lin Yun was nothing more than a brute. Even if Lin Yun was on the same level as him and his strength couldn't be measured, he was still in the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. How could he gain a foothold in the battle between third-level Heaven Palace realm disciples? If Lin Yun wasn't a fool, then he should be like Gu Yun and wait for an opportunity. Only when the battle was about to end and the battle for the 10 seats erupted did Lin Yun make a move. That was the only way for him to obtain one of the seats despite being the weaker party. They had no idea that the ruthless Qian Wanren couldn't even deal with such a brute and could only take his anger out on others. But no matter how they looked at it, Yan Chutian had already rushed towards the peak of the mountain in the face of the turbulent energy ripples and the shattered space. "You're courting death." The instant he charged to the peak, a disdainful sneer sounded out. Along with the sneer, a large palm print of spiritual energy struck directly at him. Looking at this scene, the crowd couldn't help sighing at how unlucky Yan Chutian was. They never expected that he would have to endure the attack of a third-level Heaven Palace realm disciple the moment he reached the peak. Generally speaking, the disciples at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm had their own pride and wouldn't take the initiative to attack the weaker disciples. Soon, someone explained the reason. It was because Lin Yun had only broken through to the third level of the Heaven Palace realm in the Sky Desert. Although he was also at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm, he couldn't be compared to the others and had suffered a lot. Now that a punching bag had appeared, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Understanding the situation, the crowd could only sigh at Lin Yun's bad luck and no longer paid attention. Even if Lin Yun had just entered the third level of the Heaven Palace realm, he couldn't be compared to someone at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. The power of this palm strike could severely injure Lin Yun or even send him flying off the mountain peak. At the same time, Yan Chutian's expression didn't change in the slightest. When that biting cold palm wind arrived, he neither retreated nor evaded. Similarly, he circulated his own strength and sent a palm strike towards that violent palm wind. Therefore, in the next moment, countless people who were sighing at Yan Chutian's bad luck or mocking gazes suddenly froze at this moment. That was because they were astonished to see the two palm winds colliding. In the end, there was no sign of either side retreating. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 709. As the two palms collided, the power that surged out tore apart countless spatial gaps in the surrounding world in an instant. In the midst of the surging power, neither side took a step back. It was as if they were evenly matched in the fight. However, it was this evenly matched appearance that caused the countless gazes that were looking over from the waist of the mountain to be filled with rich shock. Because in their opinion, Yan Chutian should have been the one to be injured. However, the scene before their eyes showed that both sides were equally matched. How is this possible? Lin Lin is at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. How can that guy take on his attack? Could it be that Lin Lin is exhausted? Impossible. Even if he is exhausted, how can a second level of the Heaven Palace realm block the attack of a third level of the Heaven Palace realm so easily? Countless cries of surprise rang out from every corner of the crowd. Not to mention the crowd, even Lin Lin, the disciple at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm who exchanged blows with Yan Chutian, had a shocked expression on his face as disbelief surfaced on his face. But soon that shock turned into anger. He couldn't accept that a guy who had just entered the second level of the Heaven Palace realm could easily let go of his attack. Die for me. In his anger, how could he hesitate? He immediately raised his right palm again. This time, he was clearly more serious than before, because when he raised his right palm, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi was already surging. The violent spiritual energy continued to spread, wantonly distorting the surrounding space. In the end, it tore through space and swept towards Yan Chutian. The powerful palm pressed down once again. Not only Lin Lin, but the crowd was also watching with rapt attention. Their gazes didn't leave the two of them. Many people didn't see clearly before, so they naturally had to watch closely to see what was going on. Under the countless gazes, Yan Chutian's face remained calm. He only slowly raised his palms when the spatial distorting energy descended. Around his palms, rich spiritual energy continued to rise, and in the palm that no one could see, there was a surge of mysterious yang qi. Then, he slowly opened his palm and suddenly, a light curtain was propped up around his body. Boom! A huge roar, accompanied by the power of distortion, resounded when it hit the light curtain. Amidst the rumbling sounds, there seemed to be a clear shattering sound. However, before Lin Lin could rejoice, he suddenly felt a fatal threat behind him. Lin Lin was also a person who had experienced life and death. Therefore, when such a fatal threat emerged, it made him subconsciously retreat. While retreating, he constantly propped up layers of defense. However, no matter how fast his reaction was, when that fatal threat turned into a sharp sound of wind breaking, he was unable to react. The power bombarding power still broke through several layers of defense. The power spread, causing his body to tremble, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. When Lin Lin finally stopped his retreating footsteps, the expression on his face was no longer one of shock. Instead, it was ugly. Looking into the distance, he saw the source of the power of the previous attack. It was the ant that he thought he could easily crush at the beginning. But at this moment, when they really fought, he understood that this was not an ant, but a fierce tiger that was not weaker than him. But how was this possible? The cultivation that the other party had shown from the beginning was clearly only at the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage. But how could the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage have such powerful strength? When Yan Chutian and Lin Lin confronted each other again, the faces of the people on the mountainside were once again filled with shock. Because they just wanted to confirm whether Yan Chutian really had the ability to withstand Lin Lin's attack. However, in the next moment, not only did the other party block his attack, but he also launched a counterattack at the same time. And this counterattack actually forced Lin Lin to retreat. How could they not understand that the true strength of the other party could not be measured by the surface at all? His strength was probably comparable to the third level of the Heaven Mansion stage. Among the crowd, Lu Xiong's face was filled with shock and disbelief that lasted for a long time. He clearly remembered that not long ago, Lin Lin could only follow Shun Han and barely managed to get an intermediate contribution. That kind of strength was something that he felt disdain for, and could easily crush. But how long had it been? Not only did Lin Lin step into the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage, but his true strength was comparable to the third level of the Heaven Mansion stage. How could he accept this so easily? On the other side, Gu Yun's face also changed. Even he did not expect this to happen. He believed that he was invincible in the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage, and no one in the same level could be his opponent. But right now, there was a living example. How was it possible that he could fight a third-level Heaven Mansion stage disciple to a draw with the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage? At this moment, even the rest of the third-level Heaven Mansion disciples on the mountaintop were shocked when they looked over. They had seen the so-called dark horses in the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage. But a dark horse was just a dark horse. In their eyes, it was nothing. But now, the second-level Heaven Mansion stage disciple that appeared could not be looked at with common sense. Although Lin Lin had just entered the third level of the Heaven Mansion stage, he had truly stepped into the third level of the Heaven Mansion stage. Therefore, if he was only at the second level of the Heaven Mansion stage, he would be able to face him head-on. How could they not be shocked when they faced him head-on? Therefore, the atmosphere on the mountaintop seemed to have subtly stagnated at this moment. For a moment, Yan Chutian had become the focus of many gazes. Thus, at this moment, the 10 million Ren naturally turned their gazes to the former. With just a glance, Qian Wanren recognized Yan Chutian's identity. But even if he recognized him, he did not dare to act rashly because he had sensed the commotion earlier. Lin Lin's current strength could not be looked at with common sense, so even he did not dare to act rashly. Furthermore, in his heart, the fight for the next 10 seats was the most important. It would only be a waste of his strength to deal with such an uncertain fellow. On the mountaintop, the originally turbulent atmosphere suddenly subtly calmed down at this moment. But no matter how subtly it was, it gradually returned to normal after a brief moment. But perhaps it was because of Yan Chutian's action that after the atmosphere returned to normal, many gazes no longer paid attention to the surroundings. Instead, they looked at the 10 seats in the sky. Evidently, if a fight were to erupt, it would revolve around the final 10 seat. But even if everyone's gazes were locked on the 10 seats, no one made the first move. After all, the first to make a move would subconsciously receive the most attention. It would be fine if they were strong enough, but if they were too weak, the situation would become extremely bad. Halfway up the mountain, the crowd had also quietened down. Evidently, they had also sensed that the atmosphere on the mountaintop was approaching the final battle. At this moment, Gu Yun had already let go of all his emotions as his gaze was fixed on the 10 seats on the mountaintop. He had been waiting for the final battle to begin. Only at this moment did he feel that he had the greatest chance of obtaining one of the 10 seats. No matter how impassive the situation was, there would be a time when it would be broken. It was the same for the current situation. After a dozen breaths of time, a figure stepped out. Vigorous spiritual energy swept out, and a powerful pressure spread out, directly facing the heavens and earth. Many gazes gathered over and saw a black-clothed young man walking out from the crowd. His target was one of the 10 seats. As the black-clothed man walked out, the crowd on the mountainside started to move. That's Zhuge Tuo. Zhuge Tuo is a veteran bronze plate disciple. Before he entered the Sky Desert, he was already at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm. But even if it's him, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for him to obtain a seat. After all, there are only 10 seats. But there are dozens of people at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm. I wonder which 10 people will obtain the 10 seats in the end. Sogu. Chapter 710. As Zhuge Tuo took the lead to break the deadlock and dashed towards one of the 10 stone seats, the atmosphere of the crowd was completely stirred up at this moment. However, as everyone expected, even if Zhuge Tuo was a senior bronze plate disciple, it was still impossible for him to easily occupy one of the 10 seats. The moment he moved, the other figures moved as well. Naturally, there were also those who were at the third level of the Heavenly Palace stage, who clashed with him in front of the seat. When 2 or more parties collided, there was no need for any words. Immediately, there was a burst of loud competition. At the same time, Yan Chutian's gaze swept across the top 10 seats one by one before finally stopping at the stone seat at the end. To be more precise, He fixed his gaze on the towering figure in front of the stone seat. That figure was Qian Wanren. Yan Chutian was very clear that it was impossible to have the slightest bit of luck in the competition for the 10 seat. Thus, he didn't retreat or avoid it, and directly clashed with it. When he thought up to here, he had already taken a step forward, and his figure was like a ghost as he charged towards the 10 million ren. At the same time, Qian Wanren stood proudly in front of the stone seat. He had always been arrogant. This was not only because of his personality, but also because his strength had reached the peak level. At the very least, he did not fear the other senior bronze plate disciples and dared to face them head-on. Therefore, when he stood there, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Even some of the level 3 Heaven Palace stage disciples quietly retracted their gazes after seeing him and turned to look at the other stone seats. This was because Qian Wanren's fierce reputation was not small. However, just as Wanren was feeling proud about the influence he could cause, he suddenly felt a sense of pride. He did not expect that a fierce aura would suddenly appear behind him. The aura seemed to be faintly discernible, but the character that he had cultivated after reaching this step did not allow him to underestimate any aura. Therefore, he immediately retreated. At the same time, layers of spiritual energy surged out from his body and gathered towards the fierce aura. Clang! It was as if metal and steel were clashing against each other. Immediately, the crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. After one strike, Qian Wanren relied on his powerful foundation to stand firmly in place without moving an inch. On the other hand, the source of the fierce aura was stepping back in the air. However, although Qian Wanren did not take a single step back, a deep hole had already appeared in the spiritual energy defense in front of his chest. Dense cracks continuously spread out. In the next instant, even though he didn't make any movements, the entire spiritual energy shield started to crumble from the center of the gap, turning into specks of light that scattered across the sky. However, in comparison, when Qian Wanren raised his gaze and saw the figure that attacked him, an even more gloomy expression appeared on his face. Because it could be seen that the person who did this was not a senior bronze plate disciple. It was none other than Yan Chutian, who had been forced to flee by him not long ago. Knowing that it was Yan Chutian, his face naturally turned gloomy. This was because he didn't expect that this ant would take the initiative to provoke him before he even went to look for him. Could it be that he thought that he was qualified to fight against him just because he had barely squeezed into the second level of the Heavenly Mansion stage? At the same time, looking at how Yan Chutian actually took the initiative to attack Qian Wanren, who was quite famous even among the senior bronze plate disciples, the gazes of many of the onlookers became extremely strange. Only a few people who knew the inside story understood it. However, even they didn't expect that Yan Chutian would take the initiative to attack Qian Wanren. Could it be that he really had great confidence in the strength that he currently possessed? So this was daring to take the initiative to attack Qian Wanren? Very quickly, the secret gradually spread. Many people roughly knew what had happened between the two of them. This made them shocked that there was actually a conflict between the two. At the same time, many discussions quickly rang out. Yen Yun actually had a conflict with Qian Wanren. It's no wonder that he would take the initiative to attack Qian Wanren. I'm afraid that even Qian Wanren didn't expect that the ant that had luckily escaped in his eyes would possess such strength so quickly, and even dare to provoke him. Although Yen Yun is strange and unpredictable, he's still too weak compared to Qian Wanren. Qian Wanren is much stronger than Lin Lin. Even if Yen Yun is strange and can fight against Lin Lin, who is at the third level of the Heavenly Mansion stage. But in front of Qian Wanren, he's still not enough. Discussions rang out everywhere, but at this moment, the two people who were facing off were extremely calm. Especially Qian Wanren. His face was previously gloomy, but he had already calmed down. After calming down, a thick ridicule surfaced on his face. He didn't deny that Yen Yun was somewhat outstanding, or else he wouldn't have been able to luckily escape from his hands back then. But if Yen Yun thought that he could fight against him after breaking through to the second level of the Heavenly Mansion stage because of this, then he was really looking down on Qian Wanren. Furthermore, he had a rough idea of the methods that Yen Yun had. If Yen Yun thought that Yen Yun would be able to display his might in his hands, that would be a fool's dream. At this point, Qian Wanren's face turned even colder. As he sneered, an undisguised chill swiftly spread out. Haha! I allowed you to luckily escape back then, but I didn't expect that you would actually deliver yourself to me today. But this time, you won't be as lucky as before. Qian Wanren coldly smiled. However, what disappointed him was that Yen Yun's expression didn't change at all because of his words. On the contrary, Yen Yun's extremely calm words almost made it difficult for him to maintain his expression. Qian Wanren, I think that if I beat you down here, I should be able to ascend to one of the 10 seats, right? Hearing this, Qian Wanren deeply inhaled a breath of air, gradually stabilizing his emotions. Soon after, his gaze was even colder than before as it suddenly shot over. In the next instant, as his figure abruptly disappeared, an extremely eerie cold roar resounded between the heavens and earth. You don't have the qualifications to step on me, Qian Wanren, and ascend to a seat. As the cold roar rang out, Qian Wanren had already disappeared. Many people's expressions slightly changed because compared to Yen Chutian, they also knew that Yen Chutian had a spiritual talisman. His movement technique wasn't simple to begin with, and together with the spiritual talisman, it was impossible to track him. Thus, if one were to fight with Yen Yun, they had to be cautious at all times. Otherwise, if Yen Yun grasped an opportunity, they would be defeated in an instant. However, while everyone's expressions changed slightly, Yen Chutian still remained indifferent. The corners of his lips even slightly curled up. The first time he fought with Qian Wanren, he was indeed in a sorry state because of this. But now that he thought about it, he suddenly realized how stupid he was. When ordinary people faced such a situation, it would indeed be extremely terrible. But who was Yen Chutian? How could his perception, which had been tempered by many years of life and death, be wrong? Moreover, just by relying on the rich experience he had gained from fighting with the top prides of the entire heaven realm, he should have the confidence to deal with such a situation. Previously, he had actually been flustered. Other than being stupid, what else could it be? Thus, after that, everyone could see the shocking exchange of fists, hitting flesh, continuously playing out in this world. However, every time, from an angle that no one expected, after Qian Wanren launched a ghostly attack, everyone was shocked to find that Yen Chutian was always able to block it at the last moment. Once or twice could be said to be a fluke, but it was the same every time. Even a fool could see that it was definitely not a fluke, but an inevitable outcome. However, no one could understand. Facing such a Qian Wanren, even those top bronze disciples had to be careful and would still be at a disadvantage. But this Yen Yun seemed to be able to understand the opponent's intentions and could easily block the tricky attack every time. What was going on? Similar to the shocked crowd on the mountainside, even the rest of the third-level Heaven Palace realm disciples around the stone seat were shocked. Because if it were them, they would definitely not be able to do it to such an extent. Chapter 7:11. Qian Wanren's face turned increasingly ugly as he failed time and time again. How could he accept that he, who was at the third level of the Heavenly Mansion stage, was unable to make any progress in the hands of an ant in his eyes? However, no matter how angry he was, he had to admit that the other party seemed to know his intentions and was always able to block his attacks at the most crucial moment. If he didn't know that the concealment talisman that was mixed with the sky ceiling sand could even conceal a spiritual eye, Qian Wanren would have suspected that the talisman had lost its effect. At the same time, in front of a stone seat, there was a gaze that looked over from afar. While shock flashed in his eyes, he muttered to himself, "What sharp senses and experience! If anyone could hear this figure's words, they would definitely be extremely shocked. This was because if the crowd were to rank the top 10 bronze plate disciples, this figure would definitely be at the top. However, such a figure was actually shocked by the other party's senses and experience. However, just as this figure was shocked, Qian Wanren finally changed his tactics and abruptly retreated dozens of feet. Immediately after, a dense green light continuously gathered around his body. After a few breaths, a green spear gradually appeared between the heavens and the earth. Qian Wanren's spiritual art was definitely not unknown. Thus, when it was displayed, it immediately attracted a lot of gazes. If it was before, they were still shocked by the ability displayed by Yan Chutian and Qian Wanren in the fierce battle. However, now they felt that the situation was not good. After all, in the fierce battle just now, although Yan Chutian had blocked all of Qian Wanren's strange and unpredictable attacks, however, what he was about to face next was the powerful eruption of power from the 10 million Firns. In other words, the display of spiritual arts was completely open and there wouldn't be many strange and tricky moves. However, this was also a clash of true strength. If one did not have the ability to block the other's spiritual attack, there would only be one outcome: a crushing defeat. They had never seen it with their own eyes, so they didn't know if Yan Chutian could still block Qian Wanren's attacks in terms of spirit arts. But come to think of it, it shouldn't be possible, right? After all, Qian Wanren had already stepped into the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. It wasn't impossible for him to be ranked in the top 10 of the bronze plate disciples. In comparison, although Yan Chutian had displayed many shocking aspects, his true cultivation was only at the beginning of the 2nd level of the Heaven Mansion stage. Not counting the polishing of the Heavenly Palace, the difference between the two of them in terms of foundation was about 10,000 feet. The gap between their foundations was simply too great. However, no matter what the crowd thought, the green spear in front of Qian Wanren was becoming more and more dazzling. Dazzling green light exploded and there were faint dragon patterns swimming on the spear. Yan Chutian wasn't unfamiliar with this spiritual art. Wasn't it the divine azure dragon spear that forced him into a desperate situation back then? However, he was no longer at the 1st level of the Heaven Mansion stage. Therefore, if he wanted to use this spiritual art to force him into a desperate situation, that would just be a fool's dream. Divine Azure Dragon Spear. When the green light reached its peak, Wanren immediately let out a long roar. At the same time, the green long spear trembled gently. After which, it directly transformed into a roaring green dragon in front of everyone's eyes. It broke through the space and descended with a bang. The ferocious dragon's head was directed at Yan Chutian, who was dozens of feet away. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious dragon's head appeared above Yan Chutian's head. It opened its bloody mouth as if it wanted to swallow Yan Chutian whole. However, it was at this critical moment that Li Wudi's expression changed. Yan Chutian slowly raised his palm and faced the dragon's head. Immediately after, from the seemingly unremarkable palm that was raised, there was an indescribable fluctuation of power that continuously spread out. This fluctuation of power was the mysterious Yang Seal. The mysterious Yang Seal wasn't some kind of majestic offensive technique. The power that erupted from it could only be described as ordinary. However, when this seemingly ordinary power truly erupted, it forcibly caused the descending dragon head to be unable to advance even an inch further. Furthermore, the rigid dragon's head began to shatter bit by bit. Perhaps outsiders wouldn't understand this point, but Qian Wanren, as the master of offense, couldn't be more clear about it. He could clearly sense that the power of the divine azure dragon spear seemed to be restricted and sealed by something. Even if he tried to activate it, there wasn't much of a reaction. He could only watch as the dragon's spear crumbled. However, such an outcome was clearly hard for him to accept. After all, he clearly remembered that not long ago, when he used this spiritual art, he had clearly forced his opponent into a desperate situation. However, only a short period of time had passed. When he used this spiritual art again, it was actually easily blocked. How could he easily accept such a huge difference in power? However, no matter how hard it was to accept, the power of the dragon's spear had indeed crumbled. In the end, the ferocious dragon's head completely crumbled in front of everyone's eyes. Such a scene naturally caused the crowd to be fiercely shocked, especially those who felt that it was impossible for Yan Chutian to compete with Qian Wanren in terms of spiritual art. At this moment they were all silent. Because of this scene, how was it that the other party couldn't compete with Qian Wanren in terms of spiritual arts? Instead, he had practically suppressed him. Everyone could clearly see that Qian Wanren's powerful spiritual art had been forcibly crumbled under his mysterious methods. At this point, not to mention the crowd at the mountainside, even the bronze plate disciples at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm in front of the 10 stone seats on the mountaintop had already confirmed that Yan Chutian had the qualifications to compete with them for a seat. Perhaps the cultivation that he had revealed wasn't enough, but the strength that he had displayed had completely reached the standard. At the very least, even Lin Lin wouldn't dare to say that he could so easily shatter Qian Wanren's attack. There was a greater possibility that he would be in a difficult situation under Qian Wanren's spiritual art. The more the situation was like this, the uglier Qian Wanren's expression became, because it was as if the other party was stepping on his reputation to prove himself. If the proof failed, it wouldn't matter. However, the proof had succeeded. Not only would the other party's reputation soar, but it would also be a slap to his face. Such a situation was naturally difficult for Qian Wanren to accept. Moreover, the other party was just an ant that had luckily escaped from his hands not long ago. However, no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to act rashly. Because Yan Chutian's performance had completely exceeded his expectations. Even if he could win in the end if they continued to fight, the price would be extremely high. However, his goal wasn't to defeat the other party, but to obtain one of the 10 seats. But if he had to pay a huge price because of the other party, how would he have the ability to continue fighting for a seat? Therefore, after coldly glancing at Yan Chutian several times, Qian Wanren could only grit his teeth and take a few steps back to rest. At the very least, he couldn't continue to watch the other people in front of the stone seats and wait to reap the benefits. Qian Wanren's initiative to take a step back clearly meant that he wanted to stir up quite a bit of commotion in the crowd. After all, no matter how one looked at it, he was taking the initiative to avoid the enemy and was unwilling to continue fighting. However, following that, a scene that once again shocked everyone appeared. When Qian Wanren took the initiative to take a step back, no one expected that Yan Chutian would actually take a step forward. Following that, undisguised words of ridicule abruptly rang out between the heavens and the earth. Qian Wanren, to run away like this, does he know that he is no match for the other party and wants to surrender the seat? Although everyone could tell that Qian Wanren was only temporarily retreating, and wasn't willing to let others reap the benefits of the other party's battle. However, when Yan Chutian spoke in such a manner, the crowd couldn't help but think in that direction. Thus, no matter how the crowd looked at it, they all subconsciously felt that Qian Wanren's retreating figure seemed to be truly dejected. At the same time, Qian Wanren's expression naturally became extremely ugly once again. That was because he had already sensed that there was suddenly an additional strand of strange gaze among the countless gazes directed at him from all around. This caused him to want to curse out loud. Could it be that the other party was an idiot? Couldn't they tell that he didn't want others to reap the benefits of the other party? Chapter 7:12. As Yan Chutian closed in step by step, Qian Wanren's expression turned extremely ugly. He really wanted to curse. Did Lin Fan not know that continuing to fight would only allow others to reap the benefits? However, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't say it out loud. After all, saying such words under the pressure of Lin Fan would make him seem cowardly no matter what. However, His pride would never allow him to be seen as a coward in front of an ant. As such, he could only stare at Yan Chutian fiercely. The cold light in his eyes made it seem like he couldn't wait to tear the former into pieces. However, Yan Chutian didn't seem to know about it at all. He continued to walk forward step by step, facing him head-on. However, Yan Chutian really didn't know. Would this allow others to reap the benefits? The answer was, of course, no. On the contrary, he was very clear about what kind of impact this would have. However, after exchanging blows with Qian Wanren, he became more and more aware of the extent of his current strength. In fact, he even had a certain degree of confidence that he would be able to kill these 10 million immortals. Since that was the case, how could he possibly have the slightest hesitation? Naturally, he was going to cut down the 10 million immortals before everyone's eyes. This was also a good way to intimidate the surrounding third-layer Heaven Mansion disciples who wanted to fight for the stone seat in front of them. This was because Yan Chutian was very clear that only by displaying an oppressive strength would he have the highest chance of obtaining the seat, and no one would dare to challenge him. Otherwise, with just the strength that he displayed today, even if it was on par with Qian Wanren, it was impossible to stop the surrounding guys. Yan Chutian's pressure finally made Qian Wanren unable to bear it any longer. Taking the initiative to retreat just now was the limit of what he could do. However, if Lin Fan continued to press on, he really couldn't afford to lose face and kept retreating. As a result, Qian Wanren's face revealed a ferocious glint. In the next moment, his figure, which was originally retreating, suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, his body was surrounded by surging spiritual energy that was like a raging sea. It was like a tidal wave that constantly surged up. Gradually, from the surging waves of spiritual energy, a giant cyan seal that was several hundred feet in size quickly emerged. The giant cyan seal looked ordinary, but when it appeared, an extremely powerful spiritual energy pressure immediately spread out. Even the nearby disciples at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm had a change of expression when they sensed the pressure. This was because they could clearly sense that this spiritual energy giant seal had accumulated an astonishing amount of power. If their expressions were like this, one could imagine how shocked the bronze token disciples on the mountainside would be when they saw this. This is the Qing Xian seal. This is the spirit technique that Elder Qing Xian created. I didn't expect him to have already mastered it. The power of the Qing Xian seal can only be described as terrifying. However, the flaw of this amazing spirit technique is that it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Even someone at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm can't support it for more than a few times. It seems that Qian Wanren has really been pushed to the limit by Yin Yun. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to use the Qing Xian seal. Exclamations constantly sounded out from various parts of the crowd. They had to admit that their guesses were not far from the truth. Qian Wanren was indeed pushed to the limit by Yan Chutian, which was why he had no choice but to use the Qing Xian seal. Otherwise, according to his original plan, the Qing Xian seal was his trump card, and he wouldn't use it unless it was the last moment of the competition. As the Qing Xian seal fell, the space shattered. The giant cyan seal seemed to be able to break through anything. Even the heavens and earth could only shatter under its suppression. But in the face of such an attack, Yan Chutian didn't show any fear. Instead, he slowly circulated the profound yang qi and displayed the familiar technique. Even when he was displaying the technique, Qian Wanren's face changed as a bad premonition appeared in his heart. He still remembered the strange devouring technique that Lin Yun had grasped. Although it was barely able to devour his Azure Divine Dragon spear back then, Lin Yun wasn't the same as before. So how could he not suspect that the upper limit of Lin Yun's devouring technique would increase? But the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, so he had no choice but to release it. Thus, Wanren clenched his teeth and could no longer care about anything else. He could only unleash the might of the Qing Xian seal with all his might. Then, it rapidly descended towards Yen Chutian, or rather, the world he was in. As it descended, a thick spatial crack rapidly spread out. Even if it was just this spreading movement, it was enough to cause the surrounding third-level Heaven Palace realm disciples to subconsciously retreat. Not only were they alarmed by the name of the Qingxian seal, but also because the might of the Qingxian seal displayed by Qian Wanren could only be described as shocking. Even some of them believed that they didn't have the ability to withstand this spiritual art. As the Qingxian seal descended, it easily crushed the space in all directions and shook the universe. But when such a shocking spiritual art descended, the technique that Yen Chutian had been brewing for a long time was finally displayed. As for this technique, it was exactly what Qian Wanren was worried about. Profound Yang Devour. The appearance of the mysterious Sun Devourer did not cause any shocking commotion. However, such a calm technique caused the gazes of countless spectating disciples to freeze in the next moment. Because they could see that the Qingxian seal that was descending from the sky was strangely disappearing bit by bit in front of Yen Chutian. When his Qingxian seal began to disappear, Qian Wanren's expression changed greatly. Because he didn't expect that his worries would come true. His opponent's strange technique had actually grown to the point where it could even devour his Qingxian seal. But how was this possible? If the Qingxian seal was devoured, would he really be forced into a desperate situation by the ant in his eyes? But no matter how unwilling Qian Wanren was, even if he tried every possible way to change the situation of the Qingxian seal being devoured, he could only watch as the Qingxian seal disappeared bit by bit and his connection with it was severed. When the last connection was severed, his face suddenly turned pale. Then, he looked at Yen Chutian with a face full of resentment. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have hidden it back then and would have directly used the Qingxian seal. In this way, this ant would have been seriously injured or even killed that day. How could there be a scene where he was forced into a desperate situation under the eyes of thousands of people today? But Qian Wanren wasn't someone to be trifled with. Since he was forced into such a situation, he had to pay a corresponding painful price. In extreme resentment, Qian Wanren suddenly stirred up the last of his remaining strength. But this wasn't the key point. The key point was that a green elixir appeared in his hand. Looking at the green elixir, even Yen Chutian's expression suddenly changed. This was because he recognized the identity of the elixir. It was the strong elixir. He was very clear about the effect of the strong elixir, but he didn't expect Qian Wanren to have prepared such a method. Strong elixir? At the same time, many people in the surroundings also looked at the elixir in Qian Wanren's hand. At this moment, no matter who it was, he had to admit that he was indeed forced into a desperate situation by Yen Yun. If it was before, no one would believe that a veteran top bronze disciple like Qian Wanren would be forced into such a state by a guy at the second level of the Heavenly Palace stage. But now, this scene was indeed happening in front of their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe it. But at the same time, they also understood that the guy who forced Qian Wanren into such a desperate situation was going to be unlucky. Qian Wanren was vicious and merciless, not only to others, but also to himself. Therefore, if someone forced him into such a state, he would definitely drag the other party down with him, regardless of the consequences. But now, this was clearly the case. And as if to prove the crowd's thoughts, Qian Wanren directly swallowed the strong elixir in the next instant. Then, he raised his head and looked at Yen Chutian from afar with his bulging veins on his face that was filled with a sinister sneer. Then, spiritual energy burst out from his body, and a powerful pressure spread out, instantly distorting and tearing the space apart. Such a shocking fluctuation of aura, compared to before, was only a little bit stronger. Chapter 7:13. After consuming the strong elixir, Qian Wanren's aura began to soar and the aura that surged out was unprecedentedly strong. Immediately, the surrounding Heavenly Palace stage disciples, who were originally quietly observing the situation, hurriedly retreated several dozen feet. The reason for that was because how could they not sense that the 10 million ren had already entered a state of madness? The strong elixir was never a good thing. Even if it could increase one's strength in a short period of time, it would also greatly damage one's foundation. Thus, even if they knew the existence of the strong elixir, they would definitely not use it. But since Qian Wanren had already used it, he would definitely not provoke Yen Yun at this moment. Otherwise, none of them would dare to say that they had the strength to withstand such a frenzied and reckless Yen Yun. However, what made them feel slightly relieved was that although Qian Wanren's aura was constantly becoming more ferocious, his gaze was not directed at the surroundings, but at Yen Yun. In fact, they could also understand why Qian Wanren was forced to his limits by a disciple at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. Thus, the target of his extreme resentment would naturally be Yen Yun. This was actually a good thing for them. After consuming the strong elixir, Qian Wanren could no longer continue to fight for the seat. No matter how extraordinary that strange disciple at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm was, it was impossible for him to be Qian Wanren's opponent after consuming the strong elixir. As a result, it could be said that in a short period of time, the two biggest competitors for this seat were immediately eliminated. This was naturally the best news for them. At the same time, Qian Wanren did not pay attention to the surrounding gazes as he stared at Yen Chutian with hatred. Then, he channeled the violent spiritual energy that he was constantly accumulating with the strong elixir into his palms. Although Qian Wanren had consumed the strong elixir, he wouldn't really disregard everything and leave himself with severe side effects. Therefore, the strong elixir he took could only support him for one attack. However, that was already enough. Even if it was only a single strike, the power of that single strike was already comparable to the attack of a cultivator from the Tianfuging fourth floor. Qian Wanren was confident that even if his opponent could still use that strange devouring attack from before, his attack would be able to forcibly break through it. As for himself, so what if he couldn't continue to fight for a seat due to his strong elixir? He wanted to tell everyone what would happen to anyone who dared to challenge him. With that thought, Qian Wanren, who had a ferocious expression, slowly raised his hands. Finally, a green light divine seal was formed above his head. This seal was none other than the Qingxian seal. Qingxian seal, kill. In the next moment, Qian Wanren suddenly let out a ferocious roar. Immediately after, the Qingxian seal, like before, aggressively descended towards Yen Chutian. Although it was the same Qingxian seal, the power of this Qingxian seal was much stronger than before. After all, just as Qian Wanren had thought, he had poured all the power of the strong elixir into this spiritual technique. At this moment, the power of this Qingxian seal was already comparable to the attack of a real cultivator from the Tianfuging fourth floor. As a result, looking at this scene, whether it was the crowd at the mountainside or the other top bronze disciples at the mountaintop, they couldn't help but feel that Yen Chutian's defeat was certain. Of course, to be precise, it should be a lose-lose situation. However, this couldn't be helped. After all, no one would have thought that Qian Wanren would be so crazy as to not hesitate to do such a thing that would harm others without benefiting himself. As for whether or not Yen Chutian could block Qian Wanren's attack, no one would even think about it. After all, anyone with discerning eyes could see just how powerful Qian Wanren's attack was. This was an attack that he had unleashed at all costs, one that was comparable to the power of the Tianfuging fourth floor. Boom! In the next moment, the Qingxian seal had already descended with a loud rumble, directly facing Yen Chutian's body. However, when the earth-shattering explosion sounded out, many people couldn't help but be stunned. This was because they were shocked to discover that the source of the explosion was actually 3 meters away from the top of Yen Chutian's head. This is a formation. It was unknown who was the first to cry out in alarm, but soon after, countless gazes that were looking at the void froze. This was because they also understood that the blocking force seemed to be the power of a formation. At this moment, many disciples seemed to have suddenly recalled that they seemed to have vaguely heard that the other party's attainments in the Tao of Arrays were extraordinary. However, they had never seen it with their own eyes, so they weren't sure if it was true or not. However, at this moment, when they saw it with their own eyes, they were finally convinced that the other party's Tao of Arrays had truly reached a level that could not be underestimated. However, it was only for an instant. Accompanied by a clear shattering sound, many disciples calmed down their gazes. This was because they had already seen that under the suppression of the Qingxian seal, even the defensive formation wouldn't be able to last for a few breaths of time. This scene also caused Qian Wanren's face to slightly change. However, in the end, his slightly changed face regained its calmness. This was because he had also seen that even though he didn't know when the other party had laid down such a defensive formation, it was still unable to withstand the attack. However, even this array couldn't block his attack. After all, the power of his attack had already reached the 4th level of the Heaven Palace realm. And the situation before his eyes was exactly so. The following situation was just as Qian Wanren had expected. The defensive formation was forcefully torn apart by the Qingxian seal. Immediately after, it continued to press forward with an unstoppable aura. In the next moment, a huge rumbling sound truly resounded throughout the world. Energy ripples spread out, immediately tearing apart the space between the heavens and the earth, disrupting everyone's vision. The Qingxian seal had completely suppressed this attack, and the backlash immediately attacked Qian Wanren's entire body, causing his body to tremble and directly fall from the sky. However, even though he had miserably smashed onto the ground, the pale-faced Qian Wanren still had a sinister smile on his face as he looked at the source of the astonishing energy fluctuation. Since the other party dared to force him to such an extent, then the other party would have to bear an even more miserable fate than him. It seemed that the other party had already fainted from his heavy injuries, or even truly died a tragic death, right? At the same time, the countless gazes in the surrounding world that were looking at the source of the turbulent energy also secretly shook their heads. To be honest, Yan Chutian's performance had already stunned everyone. That was because he was only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Palace stage. To be able to achieve such a feat, there was no second person among the bronze disciples. However, no matter how stunning he was, he could only consider himself unlucky to have offended Qian Wanren, who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Even now, in the eyes of the crowd, he was lucky to be able to preserve his life under such a terrifying attack. The turbulent energy ripples wreaked havoc for a long time before finally gradually dissipating. Immediately after, the extremely damaged space also slowly returned to normal. However, in contrast, the land that was ravaged by the energy had already been shattered, and was in a mess for several miles. It was only this scene that allowed the crowd to clearly realize how terrifying the attack from before was. However, when they looked all the way to the depths of the messy land, countless gazes suddenly froze. Moreover, as those gazes froze, the atmosphere between the heavens and the earth also immediately became deathly silent. That was because they could see that in the center of the extremely damaged land, there was actually still an extremely damaged spiritual energy barrier that still existed. Although the spiritual energy barrier was extremely damaged, it was densely covered with cracks, as if it would directly shatter with just a light touch. Even so, it could not be denied that the spiritual energy barrier was currently in perfect condition. Such a scene involuntarily made many people think of a situation that they did not even dare to imagine before. Could it be that, ka? A clear shattering sound slowly rang out again. At this moment, in the deathly silent heavens and earth, it was extremely ear-piercing. Looking over, they could clearly see that the damaged spiritual energy barrier was rapidly collapsing. Following the collapse of the spiritual energy barrier, a figure that was in a sorry state finally appeared in front of the crowd. Although the figure was in a sorry state, anyone could see that the figure's aura was still intact, and there was no sign of serious injuries. In other words, the other party was actually as they thought, and blocked the attack of Qian Wanren that was comparable to the Tianfujing fourth floor realm. Chapter 714. The atmosphere on the gigantic mountain that was originally filled with energy instantly became deathly silent. Shockingly, one could see that countless pairs of shocked gazes, as though they had seen a ghost, were firmly locked onto a similarly miserable-looking figure within the extremely messy land. However, no matter how miserable this figure was, no one dared to underestimate him. Because just now, everyone had seen with their own eyes that the other party had actually forcefully blocked the attack of Qian Wanren, who had recklessly consumed the strong elixir. One had to know that after consuming the strong elixir, the power of Qian Wanren's attack was comparable to that of a true cultivator from the Tianfujing fourth floor. Even if it was the other top bronze disciple who were on par with him, none of them would dare to say that they would be able to block such an attack. However, this scene was so real that it appeared between heaven and earth. Thus, how could this not cause everyone to be shocked and lose their minds? At the same time, the person who was the most shocked was naturally Qian Wanren himself. One had to know that he did not hesitate to damage his foundation to consume the strong elixir and launch his previous attack. However, even after paying such a huge price, he was still unable to do anything to his opponent. How could he accept such an outcome? Therefore, at the first moment, he subconsciously thought that there was an illusion in front of his eyes. The real situation definitely couldn't be like this. However, no matter how he rubbed his eyes and tried to see through the illusion in front of him, the final result was that he saw a figure in a sorry state standing quietly in the depths of the shattered earth. Because this was not an illusion at all, but reality. Huff! Exhaling a deep breath, Yan Chutian's face could not help but reveal a hint of paleness. He had indeed blocked Qian Wanren's extremely crazy attack from before. However, this did not mean that he was safe and sound. After all, Qian Wanren's previous attack was comparable to the strength of a cultivator from the Tianfujing fourth floor. Thus, even if Yan Chutian was able to block it, he would have to pay a huge price and consume a lot of energy. However, since he had already paid such an enormous price, he would definitely not allow Qian Wanren to have an easy time. Therefore, in the next moment, even though his own condition was not good, Yan Chutian still took a step forward, leaving behind afterimages as he headed straight for the other side of the mountain peak, towards the weakened Qian Wanren. If it was before he had taken the strong elixir, Qian Wanren would naturally not be afraid of such an attack and would directly face it head-on. However, at this moment, the backlash from the strong elixir was still wreaking havoc in his body. Thus, how could he have the courage to face the former? Therefore, Qian Wanren subconsciously dragged his injured body and retreated. However, how could his current speed compare to Yan Chutian's? Even though he tried to escape, Yan Chutian suddenly appeared behind him and punched him. Bang! The muffled sound of fist and flesh colliding immediately rang out. Accompanied by the heavy sound, Qian Wanren's body fell straight to the ground like a cannonball, heavily smashing into the depths of the earth. When the commotion gradually subsided, everyone's eyelids couldn't help but twitch as they looked at the similarly messy ground and the battered and exhausted figure covered in blood. They could clearly feel that at this moment, Qian Wanren was truly on the verge of death, heavily injured and unconscious. None of them would have thought that Yan Chutian, who they thought had been heavily injured or even killed by Qian Wanren, would actually injure Qian Wanren to such a miserable state at this moment. At the same time, looking at the unconscious Qian Wanren below, Yan Chutian let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately after, he secretly circulated the mystic sun condensing qi. At the same time, he quickly swept his gaze and looked at the other third-level Heaven Palace disciples gathered in front of the seats. Even though he was able to sense that they had been awed by his performance, he was still able to sense that they had been awed by him. He couldn't be sure if these disciples would still compete with him for the seats in front of him. Because if he was in their shoes, he would never give up the fight for the seat. Therefore, he had to be on guard against them at all times. And as expected, it was not out of Yan Chutian's expectations. Although the other third-level Heaven Palace disciples were shocked by his performance, the originally deathly silent atmosphere no longer existed after a few breaths. Several gazes inadvertently looked towards the seats. Obviously, no matter how shocking Yan Chutian's performance was, it was impossible for them to give up the seats in front of them. Not to mention, in their opinion, even if Yan Chutian defeated Qian Wanren, he must have reached his limit. As such, it was no different from what they had guessed before, the result of both sides suffering heavy injuries. But before that, they had to chase the other party down first. With that thought, one of the white-haired youths took the initiative to step out and face Yan Chutian. Looking at the white-haired youth, Yan Chutian couldn't help but inwardly sigh. As expected, these third-level Heaven Palace disciples would never give up the fight for the seat. But this was also good. He wanted to show that he still had the ability to fight for the seats, so he needed someone to prove it. The white-haired youth had a solemn expression. After the previous scene, even if his cultivation was higher than the former, he didn't dare to underestimate him. Because he knew that if it was him, he didn't have the slightest confidence in blocking Qian Wanren's crazy attack. So from the beginning, the white-haired youth circulated his spiritual energy with all his strength. The blue aura constantly climbed on his arms and palms. The aura grew denser and denser, gradually covering the two arms. His arms and palms were completely covered, forming a layer of blue armor. The mysterious lines on the armor pulsated. The aura that surged out was extremely thick and deep. It was as though no matter how frightening an attack descended, it could be blocked by the defense formed by the two arms and palms. The white-haired youth actually prepared a defensive technique from the beginning. One had to admit that he was extremely cautious. After the blue gauntlet appeared, the white-haired youth took a heavy step forward, shattering the space on the ground. Borrowing the rebounding force, he brazenly sent a punch towards Yan Chutian. Seeing the incoming fist, the crowd, especially those disciples at the third level of the Heaven Mansion realm, quickly focused their attention on Yan Chutian. Even if they were guessing that the former had reached his limit, they still had some doubts. Because there was a precedent like this before. Just when they thought that the other party had reached his limit and was about to be defeated by Qian Wanren, he suddenly burst out. However, he suddenly erupted and turned the situation around. At the same time, in the face of the white-haired youth's punch, Yan Chutian did not retreat or avoid it. He was very clear that if he showed any signs of retreating, then this seat would not belong to him. Only by showing strength from the beginning to the end could he occupy this seat. Then, the heavy sound of the fist colliding rang out again. Under this blow, the white-haired youth took a few steps back. On the other hand, Yan Chutian did the same. However, even with such a situation, everyone still looked at Yan Chutian with astonishment in their eyes. It was hard for them to imagine that the other party had fought with Qian Wanren to such an extent. No matter what, he should have reached his limit. But now, he actually had the power to fight a third-level Heaven Palace disciple head-on. Could it be that his foundation was endless? After the collision, the white-haired youth's eyes were filled with shock. Although he admitted that he couldn't compare to Qian Wanren, he wasn't too far off. But after defeating Qian Wanren, his opponent could still fight with him head-on. Was his cultivation really only at the second level of Heaven Palace realm? The white-haired youth was bewildered, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Because he didn't want to end up like Qian Wanren. After all, he took the initiative to attack because he thought that he could easily blast his opponent off the mountain peak, and not be foolishly used as a tool by others. Seeing that the white-haired youth didn't dare to act rashly, Yan Chutian secretly let out a sigh of relief. Because the current him couldn't be said to be in a good situation. Blocking Qian Wanren's crazy attack was not a small price for him. Moreover, it was thanks to the defensive formation that he had secretly set up, as well as the defensive ability of the 4th-grade Profound Yang body. Otherwise, even if it was him, Yan Chutian, he wouldn't be able to enter the top 10 today. Sogu. Chapter 7:15. The atmosphere stiffened once more. Yan Chutian let out a sigh of relief as he frantically circulated the Profound Yang condensation aura to recover from his injuries. At this moment, the Profound Yang condensation aura, a powerful recovery technique from the Profound Yang scripture, showed its effects once more. Under the frenzied circulation, the spiritual energy that he had consumed was quickly replenished. As for the injuries on his body, the 4th-grade Profound Yang physique could slowly recover as he recuperated. Although the short stalemate quickly passed, such a short period of time to recover had given Yan Chutian quite a bit of breathing space. When the stalemate ended, the chaotic battle erupted. Although Yan Chutian had not recovered much, he wasn't in an awkward position like before. As his movement technique changed, he nimbly dodged all the spiritual techniques that were directed at him. If there were really some unreasonable people, they would be able to give them a taste of their own medicine and make them stop in their tracks. After all, this was a chaotic battle and everyone's target was the last stage. Hence, it was impossible for them to work together. Under such a situation, Yan Chutian would naturally be able to handle it with ease. At the same time, the chaotic battle before the other 9 stages was also getting more and more intense. Gradually, there were elites that stood out from the crowd. This made the disciples that were watching from the waist of the mountain understand that if nothing happened, the bronze token disciples that stood out from the crowd would probably be the winners of the 10 stages. This situation caused Lu Xiong, who was in the crowd, to be filled with jealousy and shock, to the point where it was about to shoot out. That was because he could clearly see that if this continued, Yan Chutian would truly suppress those top-notch bronze plate disciples and become the owner of the 10th seat. When he thought of this possibility, Lu Xiong felt even more humiliated. If Lin Yun really obtained one of the 10 stages, it meant that he would be under Lin Yun's command when the Sky Desert opened. But how could this be? Not to mention that Lin Yun was only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Palace realm, there was also the grudge between them. Just thinking about the next time they met and how Lin Yun looked down on him made Lu Xiong feel so humiliated that he wanted to die. On the other side of the crowd, Gu Yun slowly restrained his expression. Originally, he wanted to seize the opportunity to fight for a seat. However, when he saw the desperate battle between Yan Chutian and Qian Wanren, he gave up on the idea. He hadn't stepped into the 3rd level of the Heavenly Palace realm, nor did he possess an unbelievable strength like Yan Chutian. Thus, no matter how good the timing was, it would still be difficult to avoid failure in the end. Since he knew that the chances of failure were higher, he naturally wouldn't waste his energy. It was better for him to hide. In any case, when the Sky Desert opened, there would be a greater chance for him to rise up and step into the 3rd or even 4th level of the Heaven Palace realm. At that time, it would be his moment of glory. After a series of intense battles, the battle was finally coming to an end. As for this result, it was just as everyone had expected. The geniuses that stood out in front of every single seat gradually occupied the seats, forcing the disciples at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm to take a step back. Another quarter of an hour later, the battle for the seats finally came to an end. As the commotion subsided, there would be a top-notch bronze disciple, whose entire body was dyed in blood, but whose fighting spirit was extremely high, standing on a stone seat at the back. When the bronze disciple saw those figures, they couldn't help showing respect on their faces. Because those figures didn't rely on luck to stand out in the crowd. All of them had fought their way up to their seats with their own strength under the watchful eyes of the crowd. If one were to talk about the most outstanding one, it would naturally be Yan Chutian. After all, his cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the Heaven Palace realm. being able to occupy a seat with his cultivation at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm made him unique among the 10. Naturally, he was also the most shocking one. Compared to him, the so-called dark horses in the second and third level of the Heaven Palace realm paled in comparison. No one could be compared to him. At this moment, Yan Chutian didn't feel any glory. He only felt relieved when he finally occupied a seat. Because he had to occupy one of the 10 seats. He couldn't afford to lose it. This matter concerned whether he could dazzle everyone when the sky desert opened and take the opportunity to meet his master. Fortunately, although the process was complicated, there were no accidents in the end. Even though he was only at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm, he still occupied one of the 10 seats. By relying on this identity, when the heavenly desert opened, he would have the status of being able to speak directly with the Silver Medallion disciples. And Yan Chutian was very confident that when that sky desert opened, he would also be able to grasp every opportunity and become stronger continuously. At that time, he would definitely lead all the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction to suppress the other factions in the Sky Desert's 8 factions. Just as Yan Chutian was thinking to himself, the huge mountain map slowly trembled. Following that, the mountains and the earth crumbled before everyone's eyes and connected with the sky desert that had just opened. Only the 10 stone seats rose into the air and floated high up in the sky. All the disciples of the Cloud Sky faction in the Sky Desert looked up at them. Looking at the figures on the 9 stone seats, even the disciples of the first level of the Heaven Palace realm, who hadn't seen it with their own eyes, didn't find it strange. This was because the aura emitted by each of them was extremely powerful and had reached the peak of the bronze disciple rank. However, when these gazes landed on the last row of seats, they couldn't help but be stunned. This was because they could clearly sense that the cultivation of the 10th seat was only at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm. But how was that possible? How could someone at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm occupy such a seat? They could clearly see that there were many disciples at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm on the ground below the 10 seat. Instantly, countless voices of doubt rang out. It was fine if they didn't have the strength to occupy such a seat, but if someone else took advantage of the situation none of them would tolerate it. But soon, all the doubts were drowned out by a tide of exclamations. This was because the disciples at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm, who were present, soon heard about what had happened. Naturally, there was the scene of Yan Chutian defeating Qian Wanren. What? The guy at the 10th seat actually defeated Qian Wanren? How is that possible? Qian Wanren is a top-notch bronze disciple. How could he be defeated by a disciple at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm? He defeated Qian Wanren? Countless cries of surprise rang out like a tidal wave. Because even if one person said it was false, all the disciples at the second level of the Heaven Palace realm said the same thing. No matter how shocked they were, they knew that it wasn't a lie, but the truth. Faintly knowing that it was the truth, a deep shock appeared on everyone's faces. During this period, although Gu Hongshan had a shocked expression, he did not doubt the falsehood of Yan Chutian occupying the seat. When he heard that the former had injured Qian Wanren so severely that he fainted, he couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. Sure enough, his previous thoughts weren't wrong. No matter how powerful Qian Wanren was, he was still nothing in front of junior brother Yan. Amidst the exclamations, a huge spatial crack slowly appeared in the originally sealed space in the sky. Immediately after, the figures in the 10 seats were brought out one by one. Looking at this scene, the other bronze plate disciples understood that this journey of the beginning of the desert had truly come to an end. The next time they entered the Heaven Desert, it would no longer be a small fight between the bronze plate disciples of one faction. Instead, it would be a fight between all the disciples of the 8 factions under the status of gold plate. At that time, the upper echelons of the 8 branches would also pay attention to this battle. Back to the topic, following the spatial crack, Yen Chutian stepped on the stone seat and returned to the depths of the cloud sky branch in the blink of an eye. At the first moment, he could feel countless gazes coming from all directions. He could also feel the disbelief and doubt in those gazes when they looked at him. However, he ignored all of these gazes. He only waited indifferently and proudly stood on the stone seat. He had obtained the seat with real evidence, so he naturally wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty. Sogu. Chapter 7:16. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had quietly passed. But even though 3 days had passed, the atmosphere between the various factions didn't calm down. Instead, it became more and more intense. After all, everyone knew very well that when the desert first opened, the fights between the copper metal disciples of the various factions were just small fights. Only after that would the fights between the 8 factions be the real big scene. It would attract the attention of the upper echelons of the 8 factions. So as the opening of the desert approached, the atmosphere in the inner sect naturally wouldn't be calm. Instead, it was even more intense than before. At the same time, in the spirit-cleansing lake of the Cloud Sky faction, a figure was quietly sitting cross-legged on the outer lake, extremely close to the hot spot of the inner lake. This figure wasn't anyone else but Yen Chutian. Compared to before, he had barely been able to get a medium merit when he followed Shenhan, and only then was he able to enter the outer lake to cultivate. Now, the place he was cultivating in could only be described as luxurious. But this was normal. After all, the him back then was really weak. Although the medium merit point wasn't small, but in reality, the places he could enter the spirit-cleansing lake to cultivate were still limited. However, things were no longer the same as before because the current Yen Chutian had already become a popular figure among the Cloud Sky faction's bronze token disciples. And this popularity was built up bit by bit with his strength. Under such circumstances, who would dare to question his ability to occupy such a position? After sitting cross-legged for a long time, probably a full 4 days, Yen Chutian's tightly closed eyes finally slowly opened. The moment he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but reveal a look of joy on his face. Although the consumption and injuries from occupying the 10th spot in the opening of the desert couldn't be ignored. However, as he gradually recovered, this sort of injury instead became an aid for him to progress in his cultivation. Perhaps it proved the saying that only a battle with one's full strength was the best training method for a cultivator. At this moment Yen Chutian was like that. Sitting cross-legged in the spirit-cleansing lake for several days, apart from allowing his injuries to recover, it also made him shocked to find that he had at least stabilized his foundation after entering the 2nd level of the Sky Palace realm. Next, as long as he obtained a certain amount of opportunities, he would be able to continue polishing his heavenly abode. He couldn't help but feel curious. What if he waited until his heavenly palace was completely polished? What kind of strength could he unleash at the 2nd level of Heaven's Mansion realm? Even if he couldn't directly face the silver metal disciple of the Tianfuging 4th floor, there shouldn't be anyone in the 3rd layer of the Tianfuging realm who could be his opponent, right? However, without fully polishing his heavenly abode, Yen Chutian could only make such guesses. If he wanted to completely polish his heavenly abode, he could only wait until the heavenly desert opened. Time. After all, although it was possible to refine one's heavenly palace in the Cloud Sky race, the amount of time and energy required was much greater than in the Sky Desert. Furthermore, the opening of the heavenly desert was not too far away. Even if he obtained cultivation resources, he would not have enough time to polish his heavenly palace. However, Yen Chutian didn't dwell on this for too long. After all, he had already received the message to gather at the conference hall at noon today. This should be the Cloud Sky Race's elders, who wanted to assign the final 10 people to lead their respective teams. Therefore, he quickly tidied himself up and walked out of the spirit-cleansing lake. Then, he controlled his spiritual energy and headed straight for the conference hall. Not long after, Yen Chutian arrived in front of the conference hall. he could see that there were already many figures gathered outside the conference hall. However, these figures had all stepped into the heavenly palace realm. In other words, they were all bronze metal disciples. Furthermore, the sharp-eyed Yen Chutian saw that these bronze metal disciples were all wearing nameplates on their chests. On the nameplates, there were different words engraved. Seeing this, Yen Chutian didn't understand at first. However, as his eyes continued to scan, he gradually understood. Although the words on the nameplates were different, there were only a total of 10 words. Furthermore, if he wasn't wrong, the bronze metal disciples with the word Yen engraved on their chests should be the ones that would be led by him when the heavenly desert opened. Without stopping for too long, Yen Chutian stepped into the conference hall. He knew that all his questions would be answered in the conference hall. After stepping into the conference hall, Yen Chutian immediately sensed the gazes that were sweeping over from all directions. Amongst them, there were not only the 9 other disciples who seemed to have arrived early, but there were also the gazes of the several elders above the conference hall. What made Yen Chutian feel excited was that he saw a familiar figure amongst these elders. This familiarity was because he had personally seen this person in his previous life. Furthermore, this person had left an impression on him. Although it was impossible to see his master through him, this made the premonition in Yen Chutian's heart grow stronger. Perhaps he could really use this opportunity to see his master. As long as he could see his master and prove his identity, his future path would be much easier. While Yen Chutian was feeling excited, the elder didn't even look at him. He was resting with his eyes closed. At the same time, a white-haired middle-aged elder at the front slowly spoke. "Since everyone is here, we can begin today's conference hall. Firstly, I would like to congratulate all of you for standing out from the bronze metal disciples and becoming the 10 disciples among the bronze metal disciples when the heavenly desert opens. So, this is the reward that belongs to you." The white-haired middle-aged elder spoke slowly. At the same time, he waved his hand and the space before the 10 people, including Yen Chutian, was immediately torn apart. Qiankuan bags appeared from within. Since the reward was given at this time, the 10 people didn't even need to open the Qiankuan bags to know that the contents were definitely extraordinary natural treasures. What was inside the Cosmos bag was a marrow crystal of the best level 3. Even a hazy core had been derived from it. I believe this should be a good reward for all of you. Immediately after hearing the middle-aged elder's words, the 10 people's expressions changed. Even Yen Chutian was no exception. He didn't know if the others had obtained a comparable crystal marrow, or even 4th-grade crystal marrow. However, to him, such a top 3rd-grade crystal marrow was of a grade that he had never seen before in the heavenly desert. With this crystal marrow, it would become increasingly difficult to polish his heavenly palace as his cultivation base grew stronger. However, thinking about it, he should be able to polish his heavenly palace to a range of several hundred feet. After all, his current cultivation base was only at the 2nd level of the heavenly palace realm, which wasn't very high. Seeing that the 10 people were delighted, the middle-aged elder's tone changed and he continued. "This reward is just a sweetness. I know that most of you yearn for a true 4th-grade crystal marrow, or even a higher grade. Therefore, what I'm going to say next should be very interesting to all of you." The middle-aged elder's words immediately made everyone's eyes light up. They all knew that what he was going to say next would be the most important thing. In other words, it would be the competition for the heavenly desert. As for what the elder had said earlier, he wasn't lying. Although a near 4th-grade crystal marrow was good, it wasn't considered extremely precious to them. This was because, except for Yen Chutian, all of them had stepped into the 3rd level of the heavenly palace realm, and some of them were even at the peak. A near 4th-grade crystal marrow wasn't bad, but what they really wanted was a true 4th-grade crystal marrow, or even a 5th-grade crystal marrow. Only a crystal marrow of this grade could allow them to make significant progress in a short period of time and even break through to the time-fuging fourth floor. Moreover, if they broke through to the time-fuging fourth floor, even a near fourth-grade crystal marrow's effect would be infinitely reduced. This was also the crystal marrow that Yen Chutian needed, which was at least a second-grade crystal marrow. The middle-aged elder didn't keep them in suspense for long and quickly continued. I believe that all of you have already guessed that what I'm going to say next is when the heavenly desert really opens in half a month. When the heavenly desert opens, all of you will have the same treatment and right to speak as the silver medal disciples. However, at the same time, all of you will have to shoulder this special responsibility. Sogu. Chapter 7:17. Hearing the word heavy responsibility, everyone's expression froze, but there was no obvious change. Because they knew from the start that there was naturally a reason for deliberately setting up such a competition to choose the top 10 bronze plate disciples. It was to the extent that this reason was inextricably linked to the competition between the 8 meridians when the heavenly desert opened. As expected, the middle-aged elder slowly said, "When the sky desert opens, the 10 of you will have the same status as the silver plate disciples. However, this will require you to bear the corresponding heavy responsibility. Among the bronze plate disciples of each faction, there will be disciples like you who will be ranked in the top 10. And because of your special status, as long as you do not take the initiative to attack the silver plate disciples of the other factions, they will not be able to attack you. In other words, your opponents will be the 10 disciples of the other 7 factions. Every time you defeat a disciple of a certain faction, the bronze plate disciples they lead will also be directly expelled from the sky desert. In contrast, if you are defeated, all the bronze plate disciples under you will also be directly expelled." When the middle-aged elder spoke till here, everyone had already expected that the existence of the 10 disciples would be related to the competition between the 8 factions when the sky desert opened. However, they did not expect that the connection would be so great. Because of this, if they were defeated by the 10 disciples of the other 7 factions, not only would it be their own failure, it would also affect all the bronze plate disciples they lead and be expelled. As if he felt the tense atmosphere, the middle-aged elder suddenly laughed faintly and said in a gentle tone, "However, you do not need to be too nervous. After all, the key to determining the victory or defeat of a faction is still the silver plate disciples. Your victory or defeat only accounts for 3/10 of the final victory or defeat." Hearing the middle-aged elder's words, the few people seemed to secretly sigh in relief. Although 3/10 was not little, it was definitely not much. Therefore, such a result was still within the range that they could accept. Moreover, as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke them, the silver plate disciples of the other 7 factions would not be able to attack them. Therefore, in their minds, why were they weaker than the top bronze plate disciples of the other 7 factions? At this point, the middle-aged elder had clearly announced all the rules. Hence, he slowly opened his mouth again, and everyone withdrew. "All right, this is the responsibility that the 10 of you have to bear when the sky desert opens. All of you go and make your preparations. Prepare to welcome the true arrival of the heavenly desert in half a month." With the middle-aged elder's words, the 10 of them could only bow and agree. Then, they all left the hall with different expressions. After the 10 people left the meeting hall, many bronze disciples who were waiting outside immediately surrounded them. They had a rough idea of the rules. Thus, as they gathered around each other, they formed various camps. Therefore, a small group naturally appeared around Yen Chutian. The bronze plate disciples in the small group all had the word Yen engraved on their chest. Actually, this nameplate wasn't anything important. It was only used to distinguish between the different factions. When the sky desert opened, the nameplates that each of them would receive would be the key. At that time, the nameplate would determine whether or not they could establish themselves in the desert. If the nameplate was shattered, then they would be directly eliminated from the Sky Desert and teleported out. As Yan Chutian's performance in the Sky Desert had already spread, everyone looked at Yan Chutian in the center. Even the top bronze plate disciples at the third level of the Sky Palace state didn't have any doubts. After all, they didn't think that they were as strong as Qian Wanren. However, the other party was someone who could defeat Qian Wanren, who had madly consumed a strong elixir. Chief Yan. Senior Brother Yan. Those who were more accomplished in their cultivation were first. Therefore, one by one, they began to address Yan Chutian as Senior Brother Yan or Chief Disciple without the slightest hesitation. The only exception was Lu Xiong. At this moment, his expression was ugly as he blended into the crowd and didn't say a word. Yan Chutian didn't say much about this, because he didn't have any deep grudges with Lu Xiong. Furthermore, he didn't care about Lu Xiong at all. As long as Lu Xiong obediently followed the group, he would pretend that he didn't see him and treat him equally. As he continued to look, Yan Chutian was disappointed to see that Gu Hongshan wasn't in his group, but in another group. He looked over and saw that Gu Hongshan was also looking over with a helpless look in his eyes. Although he was disappointed, it wasn't unacceptable. Yan Chutian could clearly see that the cultivation of the leader of Gu Hongshan's group wasn't weak. He wasn't far from the Tianfujing fourth floor. Retracting his gaze gradually fell on the top bronze plate disciples at the third level of the Sky Palace state in his group. It was impossible for him to manage so many people, so he had to arrange for people to manage them one by one. He didn't know any of the bronze plate disciples around him. The only one he knew was Lu Xiong, who had a grudge with him. Hence, he could only make arrangements based on cultivation. When they heard Yan Chutian's arrangements, the top bronze plate disciples didn't have any objections. Furthermore, they would be able to obtain more crystal essences in the Sky Desert compared to ordinary bronze plate disciples. After roughly arranging everything, Yan Chutian dispersed the bronze plate disciples around him. He then controlled his spiritual energy and rushed back to the spirit cleansing lake. He had a crystal essence that was close to the 4th grade. He couldn't waste it. In the last half a month, he had to make good use of it and strive to polish his sky palace to the best extent that he could. Time always seemed to be short in cultivation. Half a month passed like the blink of an eye, passing in the blink of an eye. On the day before the Sky Desert opened, Yan Chutian walked out of the spirit cleansing lake. At this moment, his aura was more restrained and indifferent than before. However, it wasn't that his cultivation had regressed, but that he had strengthened his foundation in the second level of the Sky Palace state. Currently, his celestial palace had been polished to 1,500 feet. Compared to the 1,100 feet foundation, he had polished another 4,000 feet. Although the scope of such polishing wasn't small, Yan Chutian vaguely understood that if he wanted to break through to the third level of the Sky Palace state, even the 4th grade crystal essence wouldn't be enough for him. Only the 5th grade crystal essence would do. However, this wasn't a bad thing because there was an unwritten rule regarding the use of crystal essences. Although crystal essences were equivalent to the Sky Palace state, they were divided into 1st grade to 9th grade. However, the higher the grade of crystal essence was used, the higher the cultivator's foundation was. Otherwise, when the Sky Desert opened, the gold plate disciples would have rushed in. The reason why the gold plate disciples didn't enter was not only to protect the silver plate and bronze plate disciples, but also because the 9th grade crystal essence was their only target. However, the 9th grade crystal essence was almost impossible to find even when the Sky Desert opened. It was extremely rare. After walking out of the spirit cleansing lake, Yan Chutian returned to his cave residence. In the cave residence, he quietly waited for the Sky Desert to open. However, what Yan Chutian didn't expect was that while he was waiting, the aura of the Tianfujing 4th floor suddenly came from outside his cave residence. This made him quickly walk out of the cave residence. When he saw the other party's face clearly, his expression changed slightly. This was because he knew the person who came. It was the leader of the group that Gu Hongshan was in, whom he had seen in a hurry outside the conference hall half a month ago. However, what he didn't expect was that the other party, who was only close to the Tianfuging fourth floor, had now really stepped into the Tianfuging fourth floor. However, on second thought, it was acceptable. After all, everyone had their own opportunities. Moreover, as a disciple of the Cloud Sky Palace, he naturally hoped that the disciples of the other seats would be as strong as possible. However, he didn't understand why the other party, who he had never met before, suddenly came looking for him. Junior brother Yen, please forgive Mu Yi's sudden visit. Hearing the other party's words, Yen Chutian was even more puzzled. However, since the other party was so polite, he naturally wouldn't ignore it. Senior brother Mu is too polite. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Yi went straight to the point. His intention was to form an alliance with Yen Chutian when the Sky Desert opened. Sogu. Chapter 718. Yen Chutian didn't expect that the other party would want to form an alliance with him. This alliance wasn't just a simple alliance of the same faction. It was even closer than that. Simply speaking, within the Sky Desert, only the three groups of Cloud Sky faction Bronze Plate disciples, including them, would have the opportunity to meet. No matter who led the third group, Mu Yi would have to help him fight for the opportunity. This was why Yen Chutian didn't understand. After all, he could guess that apart from Mu Yi, there were other disciples of the top 10 that had stepped into the Tianfuging fourth floor. So why didn't Mu Yi find them and form an alliance? Yen Chutian wasn't a fool, so he quickly thought of a possibility. When he thought of that possibility, his expression abruptly turned cold. If the other party thought that they could exploit him through this so-called alliance, then he would tell the other party what it meant to be a fool's dream. Sensing Yen Chutian's cold expression, Mu Yi seemed to know that he thought of that possibility and immediately explained. Junior brother Yen, don't misunderstand. Since we are in an alliance, then we are bound together for good and for ill. Within the alliance, the two groups are completely equal. As for why junior brother is confused as to why I, Mu Yi, would find you, I don't think there is a need to explain. The strength that junior brother has displayed is the best proof. Hearing this, Yen Chutian understood that the other party had taken a fancy to the strength that he had displayed. If that was the case, then he didn't mind forming this so-called alliance that would advance and retreat together. After all, this was a battle between the 8 factions and not one person. Thus, if they could unite as one, their chances of winning would be higher. Following this, Yen Chutian lightly nodded his head. After he nodded his head, Mu Yi's face was filled with joy as he hurriedly took out an emerald compass. Junior brother Yen, since we are in an alliance, then this compass can be my gift to junior brother. Within the Sky Desert area, as long as you inject your spiritual energy into the compass, the corresponding red dot will appear on it. I also have a compass, so there is a connection between the two, and we can spy on each other. Thus, when we enter the Sky Desert area, we can use this compass to contact each other. Even if we split up to search, we can use the compass to maintain contact. Since Mu Yi had already said that, Yen Chutian naturally wouldn't be pretentious and straightforwardly took the compass. The two of them chatted for a while before Mu Yi left. Looking at the back view of Mu Yi, Yen Chutian's eyes was deep in thought. This Mu Yi gave him a good feeling. Although he had formed an alliance with him, it was clear that he had taken a fancy to him. However, he also very decisively expressed that he would bear the enormous risk that came with having such a high opinion of him. But of course, Yen Chutian understood the logic of knowing a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. What kind of person Mu Yi, he would only be able to find out after entering the sky. At the same time, in the depths of the Tianyang, on a stone platform surrounded by mysterious golden mist, a slender figure was quietly sitting cross-legged. If Yen Chutian was here, he definitely wouldn't be unfamiliar with this figure. This was because this figure was the same person who entered the inner sect with him and obtained the first place in the outer sect selection, Yi Linlang. Yi Linlang, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, didn't change much compared to before. The only change was that his cultivation had already stepped into the Heaven Palace realm and even reached the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. As he breathed in and out, the golden mist around the stone platform continued to gather and enter his body through his breathing. With every breath he took, he could faintly feel that his aura seemed to have become a bit stronger than before. If there were disciples of the Tianyang here, they would definitely be familiar with this golden mist. But they would also be shocked because this golden mist could only be used by silver token disciples. But where did the other party obtain the golden fog from? After sitting for a long time, Yi Linlang breathed out once more after he finished breathing in all the golden mist. Then, he opened his eyes, which were brimming with energy. This was because the golden mist's effect was really good. Even if he only obtained a little, he would still be able to improve by quite a bit. However, what made him feel uncomfortable was that because of this golden mist, he was ordered by that elder to heavily injure and expel Yen Yun, who had already entered the Cloud Sky faction, when the Sky faction opened. He didn't mind dealing with Yen Yun, but this method of being ordered by others made him feel very uncomfortable. This was because in Yi Linlang's opinion, he had learnt some of the mysterious Yang scripture and was a person with great luck. What right did an ordinary elder of the Tianyang faction have to order him around? Although he felt uncomfortable when he thought of the golden mist he would be able to obtain after doing this, he completely suppressed the conflict in his heart. Then, he thought of Yen Chutian. He had heard that the former had also become one of the 10 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction. Since they were both disciples of the top 10, he wanted to see who was more valuable. In the depths of the Freezing Sky faction, in the depths of the ice crystal-like cave dwelling, a gentle ray of light continuously shone out from the girl's forehead. Under the illumination of this ray of light, in addition to the unique cultivation environment around her, the young girl's cultivation also rapidly increased to a level that ordinary people could not imagine. In the end, the girl retracted the ray of light from her forehead, and her cultivation finally calmed down. The girl was none other than Cher. But perhaps it was no longer appropriate to describe her as a girl. After this period of time, Cher's figure was tall and her figure was voluptuous. Although she still seemed a little immature, the charm she revealed was already mature. Only the Freezing Sky faction was stricter than the Xian Ling faction. Almost all of them were women. Otherwise, Schwer would have had countless suitors by now. But in truth, when she was in the outer sect, Cher did not lack pursuers. But at that time, she did not give anyone a chance to get close to her. She only followed Yen Chutian wholeheartedly. After she finished cultivating, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Then, an uncontrollable joy appeared on her delicate face. During the days she was in the Freezing Sky faction, she did not cultivate in seclusion. That was why she had heard about the news of the outside world, especially the news of the Cloud Sky faction. That was why she naturally knew that Yen Chutian was also one of the 10 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction, just like her. That was why she was so happy that she could finally meet her big brother Yen after she entered the Sky Desert. The Xian Ling faction. In the depths of a rather luxurious cave dwelling, there was also a beautiful figure sitting quietly. After a long while, she finally opened her eyes. The beautiful figure was Luoyu. She was quite popular in the Xian Ling faction. Even the silver medal and gold medal disciples did not dare to be impudent towards her. That was because not only was his older sister a well-known figure amongst the silver medallion disciples, it was also because the parents behind the two of them were elders of the profound spirit lineage. With the support of the elders and extraordinary performance, who would dare to offend them? When she thought about how the sky desert would open the next day, Luo Yu subconsciously thought of the figure that had shocked her so many times. In fact, not long ago, he had already given her another shock. Although she had only found out about it by accident, he had still become one of the 10 disciples of the Cloud Sky faction. In other words, if they met in the Sky Desert, they would be of equal status. There was even a possibility that they would become enemies. After all, once they entered the Sky Desert, it would no longer be a small fight within the faction, but a fight between the 8 factions. This kind of battle was not only for their own cultivation resources, but also for the reputation of their faction. No faction was willing to be at the bottom. If they could, they would naturally charge to the top. Even if they could not reach the top, they would still be at the top. However, if they could really meet each other in the Sky Desert, then Luo Yu still did not want to fight against Yan Chutian. This was not only because of Cher. It was also because she had unknowingly started to treat him as a friend after he had intentionally paid attention to her in the outer sect. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 719. The final day slowly passed under the various thoughts of many different people. The dawn of the next day, when the first rays of white appeared on the horizon, one could see that countless gazes were vying to gather at the central square. This scene was much hotter than the scene when the desert first opened. That was because the Sky Desert had opened, and there were silver metal disciples participating. They could even be said to be in a dominant position. When the silver token disciples flew over from the horizon and landed on the plaza, a powerful aura slowly descended. That powerful aura slowly descended. Forget about the surrounding disciples, even the many bronze plate disciples withdrew their auras and remained silent. A silver metal disciple was at least at the 4th level of the Heaven Mansion stage. It could be said that the strength of a silver metal disciple was superior to any bronze metal disciple. At the very least, most of them felt that they weren't comparable to the silver token disciples. And in front of the camp of the bronze token disciples, including Yan Chutian, the top 10 disciples were impressively standing. Yan Chutian didn't care about how others would react when facing the silver token disciples. But as far as he was concerned, he wouldn't offend them, but he wouldn't fear them either. At the same time, there were many gazes from the silver token disciples that were looking at the bronze token disciples. But they weren't looking at the ordinary disciples, but Yan Chutian and the other bronze token disciples. Therefore, it was unavoidable that when some people saw Yan Chutian's existence, they immediately had incomprehensible doubts. But they knew that since Lin Yun was a bronze token disciple, he must have been approved by the elders. Thus, they couldn't say anything and could only restrain their reactions. But in many people's hearts, they more or less treated Yan Chutian as someone who relied on connections. Of course, not all of the silver token disciples were clueless about what happened when the Sky Desert first opened. Thus, some of them couldn't help looking at Yan Chutian with surprise in their eyes. After all, it was unbelievable that he could defeat a 3rd-level Heavenly Palace Realm expert with his 2nd-level Heavenly Palace Realm cultivation. However, regardless of how the silver metal disciples reacted, when the ancient bell gradually sounded, all of the silver metal disciples' expressions changed. Immediately after, they raised their heads and looked to the jade dome above them. On the jade world, a crack that was even more ferocious than when the desert first opened had already appeared. It looked like a crack in the abyss that was about to devour the entire world. Although there was a rule that stated that a silver token disciple could not initiate a fight with a bronze token disciple. However, when they were sent into the disciples, the various factions would send their silver token disciples first into the depths of the vast desert. After that, the bronze medallion disciples were randomly sent to the outer perimeter. This was the only way to avoid a collision between the bronze and silver metal disciples to the greatest extent. Therefore, at this moment, the silver metal disciples were the first to be sent into the desert. They did not stay for long. Very soon, there were elders who stepped through the air and arrived. Immediately, they led the many silver metal disciples and rushed towards the spatial crack. A moment later, when all of the silver plate disciples had entered the sky desert, the ancient and drawn-out sound of the bell rang out once again. When the bell rang this time, all of the bronze metal disciples' bodies shook. The reason for that was because they knew very well that it was their turn to enter the heavenly desert. Although they already knew this, many of the bronze metal disciples still revealed excited and nervous expressions on their faces. This was because they clearly knew that the opening of the desert and the opening of the desert were two completely different matters. When the desert first opened, it was only a small fight within the various factions. Strictly speaking, it was not even worth mentioning. However, when the desert first opened, it was different. This was a fight between the 8 factions and it was extremely intense. Even if they were only sent to the outer perimeter of the desert, they would still encounter groups of bronze metal disciples from the other 7 factions. If they defeated their opponents, not only would they enjoy glory, they would also obtain crystal essences. However, if they failed, what they would face was ruthless elimination and expulsion. In other words, the opportunity and the risk were completely proportional. However, since they had already reached this step, naturally no one would retreat. Therefore, when the elders began to lead, every group of bronze metal disciples closely followed and headed towards the spatial crack together. Leading the group of bronze metal disciples behind him, Yan Chutian's eyes were also filled with unconcealable excitement as he looked at the eye-catching spatial crack in front of him. He clearly knew that the opening of the desert was perhaps the only chance for him to see his master with his current cultivation. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, he could not afford to fail. Boom! Within the calm and vast expanse of heaven and earth, there was suddenly a rumbling sound that resounded. After the rumbling sound gradually calmed down, a group of 30 to 40 people could be seen descending from the sky and landing on this ancient land. After landing, everyone in the group hurriedly scanned their surroundings with alert and excited gazes. At this time, Yan Chutian would not hide his strength. He opened his spirit eye slightly and did not restrain himself as he scanned the surrounding heaven and earth with his spirit eye. Knowing that they were going to follow Yan Chutian, all the bronze metal disciples in this group did some research on Yan Chutian. They also knew that the former actually had the spirit eye, which was rare even in the sky array lineage. However, even if they knew, when they really saw the spirit eye between Yan Chutian's eyebrows, many bronze metal disciples could not help but reveal a touch of surprise in their eyes. After scanning around with his spirit eye and confirming that there were no other cultivators' auras around, Yan Chutian took out the guidance compass and poured his spiritual power into it according to the agreement with Mu Yi. As the spiritual power slowly poured in, a red dot quickly appeared on the guidance compass. Yan Chutian did not have to wait for long. Soon, another red dot appeared in another direction. Yan Chutian knew that it was Mu Yi's response. However, even if he knew the location of the other party, Yan Chutian would not look for him, because in proportion, there was an extremely long distance between him and the other party. Regarding this, he could understand. After all, the opening of the sky desert was many times more vast than the initial opening of the sky desert. Therefore, even if it was just the periphery, it was still extremely vast. Otherwise, the time limit for the opening of the sky desert would not be so long. When Yan Chutian put away the guidance compass, a junior commander at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm, who was appointed by him previously, came forward and said, "Chief Yan, how should we proceed next?" Hearing this, Yan Chutian thought for a moment and replied, "Split up and search for the crystal essences, but pay attention to the communication between each group." "Yes." Hearing this, the bronze metal disciple turned around and said to the people around him. Then, the group of 30 to 40 people was divided into 5 small groups again. Then, each small group was led by a disciple at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm and scattered in the surroundings. As for the remaining people, there was no one at the 3rd level of the Heaven Palace realm. However, they were not worried at all, because they all knew that the strength of this senior brother Yen was much stronger than that of an ordinary disciple at the third level of the Heaven Palace realm. Seeing that the group had already spread out to search, Yen Chutian naturally did not hesitate. He immediately led the small group and flew towards the area ahead. Even if it was just the periphery, there were still many crystal essences. Therefore, Yen Chutian naturally had to search this place thoroughly. And this search lasted for 10 days in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Yen Chutian led the group forward to search for crystal essences. The opening of the Sky Desert was truly incomparable to the opening of the Sky Desert. After this search, Yen Chutian found several crystal essence mines. However, it was a pity that among these crystal essence mines, only quasi-third-grade crystal essences were found in the 2 best crystal essence mines. Such crystal essences were not very attractive to Yen Chutian, so he only took a few symbolically and left the rest to the bronze plate disciples who followed him to divide them. Naturally, these bronze metal disciples were very happy about this. After all, there were quite a lot of second-grade crystal essences among them. Even if they were divided among a few people, each person would still get a lot. On this day, Yen Chutian was quietly sitting cross-legged on a withered giant tree. He quietly guarded the disciples in the crystal essence mine below. At the same time, he was absorbing a quasi-third-grade crystal essence and refining his own heaven's palace bit by bit. Add a bookmark for easier reading.